Hello, welcome. If you would please like to take your seats, and we'll be kicking off in a few seconds' time. So thank you very much for coming today to this event that we're very excited to be co-hosting on transition plans. What, why, when, and how. So we hope today to be answering some of these questions to leave you with some insights. My name is Jacques Morris. I'm the Group Policy Lead for the University of Oxford Sustainable Finance Group. I am also the team lead for the Transition Plan Taskforce. It is such a privilege for us to come here to Tokyo to participate in this event with all of you today. And I think we timed it well. We can see some of the sakura, the cherry blossom. We hope that some of the rain hasn't knocked off all of the blossom just yet. So why are we here today? Why have me and Ira Pansgen and others from the University of Oxford traveled to Tokyo? Well, I'd like to place this within the broader context. Just last week, the IPCC released their final installment of the 6th assessment report, the most comprehensive scientific assessment on climate change. And what did it say? Well, if you were reading the newspapers in the UK that day, you'd think that it probably didn't say much, because it actually didn't receive much coverage. No major front page covered the story. And arguably, this is because the grave conclusions are becoming more and more commonplace. Yet, the conclusions were significant. They were that confirmed changes are happening already with 1.1 degrees of warming, that impacts on people and ecosystems are more severe than expected, that the world must rapidly shift from burning fossil fuels, and that global greenhouse gas emissions must peak before 2025 in a 1.5 degrees scenario. So yes, there is a job to do. But we also know that this will be the most capital-intensive transition in human history. And there are great benefits. Since arriving in Tokyo, it is clear to me that there is a strong, genuine enthusiasm from stakeholders across government, regulators, financial firms, and corporates to plan for this transition. So I am excited for this important discussion here today to be held on transition plans, which are a key means of demonstrating how net zero commitments can be met. Today, we will hear about their many uses for capital allocation, for improved decision-making, increased accountability and transparency, with many uses for regulators and policymakers too. And crucially, transition plans as forward-looking strategic documents that are a core part of business strategy. A couple of years ago, 18 months at COP26, the government made a commitment in the UK to mandate for transition plans across the economy, for financial firms and for real economy corporates. In the UK, more transition plans are being published. This is increasing, but they vary in quality and in detail. So, last year, the UK government launched a government industry task force to come up with a framework for companies to use to develop gold standard transition plans. They called this the Transition Plan Taskforce, or the TPT. The TPT will publish its final standard later this year, which will inform future regulation in the UK. And it has worked with many partners to do this, including GFANZ, who we will hear from today, which is also working to support firms with high-quality transition plans. So we're here today to talk about transition plans and to learn from each other's experiences. In the UK, we see Japan as a key partner in this initiative and look forward to sharing knowledge and to continued collaboration. Today is the start of a longer conversation, because tackling climate change requires a collaborative approach. In Japan's upcoming presidency of the G7, I understand that priorities include transition finance and supporting the finalization of the ISSB's global baseline on sustainability reporting. And Japan has already demonstrated leadership in this area. On TCFD, Japan has the largest number of supporting firms in the world at around 1,200 and increasing. On science-based targets, Japan has the largest number of science-based targets accredited companies worldwide at 350, tied with the UK. And on transition plans, Japan was a leading country in CDP's 2021 assessment on global transition plan disclosures. So we note with importance Japan's recent work to enhance both transition finance and the disclosure of transition plans, as well as working to create guidelines and pathways for hard-to-abate sectors. So with all of that said, we're here today to learn, to share experiences, and to cooperate. To illustrate all of this in much more detail, we have a suite of really excellent and experienced speakers here today. Our first panel will look at transition plans and why they matter. The second session will have a series of presentations showcasing how institutions are building and implementing transition plans from across financial firms and corporates. The third and final session will look at opportunities and transition plans in Japan. And we'll finish with a networking drinks reception, you'll be pleased to hear, where we can discuss everything we've heard in more detail. We also have simultaneous translation throughout the day from our excellent interpreters. And I'd also like to thank our partners, Japan Climate Initiative, ClientEarth, thanks to Peter Barnett, Sean Seng, and others, GFANZ, thank you to Tony Rook, and PRI, thank you to Tetsuro Yuzawa, in particular, for co-hosting this event. And thanks to all the team who have worked behind the scenes to make this possible for months. Ken Tanaka from WWF, Yuri Okubo from REI, Miyaku Enokibori from CDP, Ira Pernsgen from Oxford, Yoko Mulholland from E3G, Eric Gibbs and the team here at Empire Entertainment, and Rie Furata and the team at the Grand Hyatt. This has been a lot of work behind the scenes for a long time to make this happen, so we're very excited to be here. So thank you for coming. I will now hand to Tajiro Sueyoshi, representative of Japan Climate Initiative and Special Advisor in the Asia-Pacific region to UNEP-FI for his opening remarks. Suyoshi-san, please come up to the stage.
Jack, thank you very much.
So once again, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for this opportunity. As Jack said, on the 20th of April, the 6th IPCC report was issued, and 1.5-degree target is a concern, and they express such a great concern. And for that, rapid and also drastic reduction is required. And at this timing, today, we had this symposium, which is crucial for Japan. Why is it crucial? Because in terms of decarbonization, we're really lagging behind. And for us to be at the front line of GX for the national strategy, the symposium is going to show us such great keywords: what, why, when, and how we should proceed with transition plans. Needless to say, we are really lagging behind. For example, renewable energy in our power source. 36 to 38%, 2030. Japanese government is saying this is very ambitious. However, up to last year, Germany surpassed 40%, and their target for 2030 was increased from 65 to 80%. And 2035, they are aiming to achieve 100%. This is a great gap between Japan and the other countries. And my concern is, as in the IPCC report, smooth phase out from coal. This is my concern. G7 countries, by 2035, we need to decarbonate in the power. However, coal-fired power plants are existing in Japan, And we have the presidency for a G7 summit. Can we really be the president in this situation? In GX promotion law, a draft that was presented, more than 150 trillion yen of the private and public investment should be done. That's included in the bill. However, they don't have the numerical target of reduction. GHG emission framework is going to be officially announced in 2033. EU ETS are ahead of us by 30 years. And also, companies are participating in the financial initiative, as Jack mentioned. In terms of TCFD, out of 5,005 countries, we have more than 1,200 signatories. This is the top number. In SAT, 360 countries, we are the top. And RE, we are number 2, 78 companies. And Japan is the country where you can see the biggest number of SDG badges you can see on the labels of the jackets. So the companies are really promoting. However, when you look at the national government and economy, Japan, can we really say we are number 1? I doubt it. So why there is a great gap in between what we are saying and what we are doing? Japan as a country should be having some awareness from within to think about the global issues, but that is not something we are very good at. And when new waves come from the other countries, Japan's movement is very slow at first, but once they decide on riding the waves, we don't think about what and why. We just jump toward when and how. So first, we have to have private and public partnership to think about why in discussions. And we have to share the discussion with the rest of the world. And then we have to think about what we have to do. And we'll have to show and exert our advantages to solve global issues. We need timelines and time limit. We cannot really be slow, but we do not have what and why. In Japan, we say when, but we don't know when we do it. Painful transformation. Japan wants to avoid painful transformation. And I really feel the Japanese government is not really leaping forward. GX is the biggest social reform in the post-war era. National strategy that was well established and also regulations to support that. We need to have comprehensive command and control and also subject matter experts and the third-party organizations. We have to have all of them, and those are our how. In order for us to achieve such high goals, we need to have processes and systems which are lacking. We do not have how in Japan, and we get satisfied by just taking some action. We cannot really be in line with the global situation. We do not have why, and we do not have what, and we do not have when, and then we do not have how. So we can't really be complacent because we don't have all of them. So under this circumstance, here we have this climate change initiative discussion, and JCI was invited here, and I really appreciate it. Except for central government, JCI has involvement with the local governments and small, medium-sized enterprises and consumers and non-state actors. Together with the colleagues, like-minded people globally, to achieve Paris Agreement in the earlier stage. That's our aim. In 2018, in July, we established this JCI with 105 members, and every day the members are increasing, and now we have 752. So this is the largest number ever, and we have the power to have influence over the national government's policies. Owing to all your efforts and members, on behalf of JCA, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation. Thank you very much. Next month, JCI is going to Sapporo, G7 environmental ministers meeting. So through articles of newspaper and also press releases, we are going to deliver messages to call for cooperation. Climate change is getting very close to the tipping point. We cannot go back. We should either cooperate or we should perish. And this is by Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN. And the 6th integrated report of IPCC says that there is no doubt that global warming was something human beings started. So we do not have the window to take an action, but we still have hope. This is man-made, so only man can solve these issues. Together for implementation was the slogan in COP26. We should take an action on this. And for that, I really hope this symposium is going to show us what, why, when, and how Japan should take an action. And this really, I hope, is going to be a trigger for the Japanese government to seriously consider what we should do, why, when, and how. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'd now like to invite the panelists from session 1 to please take your seats on the stage. Excellent. So this first panel will focus on what are transition plans and why do they matter. We'll be speaking until about 2:15, and then we'll break for tea and coffee. So we have an excellent panel here today. We have Ira Pernsgen, who is the Framework and Guidance Lead for the Transition Plan Taskforce, Tony Rook, who is Executive Director and Head of Transition Planning at GFANZ, Asahi Yamashita, who is Legal Advisor for ClientEarth, Rintaro Tamaki, President of the Japan Center for International Finance, and Fumihiro Kajikawa, Director for the Environmental Economy Office at METI. We will start off with each panelist introducing themselves in turn and giving a short presentation. So, Ira, can I start with you, please?
Of course. Thank you, Jack. Can I just check, do we have the clicker anywhere? If not, I'll just ask for the next slide. But okay, let me just kick off. First of all, it's fantastic to be here. So I'd like to use the first few minutes that we have in the opening remarks just to give a little bit of an introduction as to what the TPT is and what we've learned so far over the course of the past year in terms of what good practice transition planning for the private sector looks like. So let's dive right in. So as Jacques outlined in the opening remarks, back in 2021, the UK government made a public commitment that they will aim to make it mandatory across the economy for firms to publish transition plans. At the same time, there was a recognition that there wasn't really a whole lot of guidance out there in the market as to how companies can be doing this. So they decided to launch a government and industry task force to develop disclosure recommendations for gold standard transition planning. So that is the TPT. We've now been operational for about a year. And we've been working really closely together with leaders from industry, from academia, from government, as well as some of the key international initiatives in this space, such as GFANZ, to develop our first set of recommendations. Ultimately, our aim is to help drive the transition by really supporting companies in preparing good practice plans. So in order to do that, we're developing a disclosure framework, which is designed to explicitly build on some of the global reporting baselines that are out there already, predominantly TCFD and the upcoming ISSB, which sets out how companies can be making their transition plans public. So we launched the first draft of this framework for consultation at COP27 in Egypt, and have been consulting on that draft for the past 3 months. In the UK specifically, we're also directly informing regulation, so we're working very closely, particularly with the UK Financial Conduct Authority, which has indicated that it plans to draw on our recommendations to inform future listing requirements. And they've been quite proactive on this and encouraging companies to really look at our recommendations as they develop and engage and start thinking about how this might apply to them. So with that context, let's dive right into the topic of transition planning. So the first question that we regularly get asked is, why do transition plans matter? So over the past years, driven forward particularly by the TCFD, we've seen a global shift where the private sector has increasingly started to understand that climate change creates major risks for them, and that at the same time, the global transition towards a decarbonized and climate-adapted economy presents massive opportunities. It has also become crystal clear that for global economic stability and prosperity, climate action really needs to happen, and we need to decarbonize our global economy urgently. So in short, TCFD has shown companies that there is a massive need to act. Now the question is, and this is where transition plans come in, so what now? So transition plans are the forward-looking strategy piece in which companies can then set out how they're actually going to respond to these risks and what steps are they taking to leverage these opportunities. Now, in terms of why they're useful, there's a whole range of different use cases that I'm sure we'll touch on throughout our discussion today. They can be important for management teams that are trying to shift or manage the transition within the organization and take the organization on this journey. They can matter to investors who are trying to make better informed financial decisions, etc. But I'll leave it at that, and we'll dive in later. For now, I want to focus a bit more on what the TPT has learned over the past year in terms of what good transition planning looks like. So, as I said, we're 12 months into our work, and we've been doing quite extensive stakeholder consultations over this time. So we've been talking to corporates, investors, civil society, inside the UK and outside of the UK, and really been learning loads from those conversations. So I want to kind of outline 3 key learnings. First of all, transition plans are integral to an entity's overall strategy. So developing a good and credible plan is a whole-of-entity exercise which requires the collaboration of different business units and functions. Secondly, in order for a transition plan to be credible, companies need to be thinking very holistically about the role that they play in this transition. Now, this part is absolutely crucial. The goal that we are working towards is to decarbonize an economy and not to decarbonize balance sheets. And in some cases, those two can be slightly different things. Now, the image that you can see here on the screen behind me is just a snapshot of what we think companies should then be making public about their transition plans. So this was part of the recommendations that we launched for consultation a few months ago. In short, our framework is structured around 5 key elements, which I'll openly admit we adopted directly from GFANZ to build on some of the excellent work that was done by that alliance. So in a nutshell, we recommend that companies provide information to the market around these 5 elements, starting off with a foundational element in which companies outline the overall objectives and priorities of their plan and what this implies for their business model as a whole. There's a second piece then around your implementation strategy. So what are the steps that you're taking to change your operations, to change the portfolio of products and services that you offer? What are your key dependencies and how are you resourcing these changes? The third piece is then around engagement strategy, which is about how are you working with your supply chain. If you're an investor, how are you working with your portfolio companies? How are you working with industry peers and crucially also with government to help you achieve the objectives and priorities that you've set out? The fourth piece is around the metrics and targets. So what are the KPIs that you're using to measure progress? A crucial piece here is that greenhouse gas emissions metrics and targets are an absolutely crucial part of this, but they might not be the only KPIs that companies are using to assess progress. So depending on the sector, you might also have things like energy efficiency measures that you're using to assess whether you are on track to meet your goals. And then the fifth piece is the question around what are the governance systems that underpin your plan. So here we're asking companies to tell the market about who's signing off the plan, who's ultimately accountable for the delivery of the plan. Are the remuneration systems, have you seen management teams, are they aligned with what you've set out in your plan? It's questions like that. I'll end here, but I really look forward to the discussion today. Do you want to start too?
I don't have any slides. Okay, hello everybody, konnichiwa. My name is Tony Rook. I'm head of transition finance at the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. It's a pleasure to be here in the land of the world baseball champions. So congratulations to everybody there. Bravo. Yes. GFANZ is a coalition of 7 financial sector alliances, all of which are joined by financial institutions making a commitment to deliver net zero economy by 2050 in line with a 1.5 degree trajectory. And as we've heard already from the IPCC, it's a very, very tough trajectory, but they're all committing to do that. The goals are to support and then finance and enable the global economy to transition in line with that. It's not just about transitioning the institution to zero. We were founded in 2021, in April 2021, and we've grown to over 550 organizations representing about 40% of the global private finance market. In 2021, we were all about growing that commitment and getting those organizations on board. In 2022, we worked very hard on what does that mean? And one of those aspects was having a transition plan. And this is where we worked very hard with the TPT to make sure that our voluntary framework on transition plans and the TPT's framework for disclosure were in lockstep. So that you'll see on both frameworks, they are almost identical. And that is to prevent divergence, but also because we think this is so important and it's important to work together. We cannot solve climate change alone. And then in 2023, this is the year of the transition plan for us at GFANZ and for the members there. So we are working to help financial institutions make their commitment real through a transition plan, understand those 5 components, the foundations, their objectives, how they're implementing it, how they're engaging, how are they actually measuring success and what targets they use, and how are they accountable for that through their governance procedures. So very much in lockstep, but this, we think, is fundamental to being able to help the economy transition. So this is where GFANZ start, and I'll hand over then. What do I use? Green.
皆さんはじめまして、弁護士の山下朝日と申します。ClientEarth の日本における
advisor to ClientEarth in Japan. So about transition plans, why do they matter? So from the aspect of corporate law, my expertise, I'd like to talk about the roles in advanced nations and also the status quo in Japan. So climate governance is a term which in Japan is not very widely used compared to Europe. There is a section about governance in TCFD. In 2019, the World Economic Forum issued a climate governance-related document, initiatives for board members of companies. That is the rules and also trainings and also education. And we have 23 sites for doing the trainings as well, especially for board members. They have obligations and fiduciary duty that was presented in the TCFD document as well. Commonwealth Climate Law Initiative is the initiative. And right now we have 26 regions and companies are participating to discuss this. And according to the transition plans, we have to manage the climate-related risks, and the board should be responsible for that. And we were talking about CCLI initiative, and Japan is participating in it too. That's not really depicted in the Japanese corporate law-related documents by two professors in Japan. There is a description of what kind of obligations the board should have in this document. In 2050, we are aiming to have net zero situation. So adherence to the law, that is a very important pillar. That's number one. And I was talking about risk management, and that's stipulated in corporate laws. Internal control should be managed, and also risk should be managed as well. So we have specific laws related to that too. And corporate governance code we have in Japan is largely influenced by the UK, and sustainable growth of the companies is important. And to adopt it, comply or explain is the principle. And once it's adopted, it's going to be a very important internal rules. So fiduciary duty should be reinforced by this. From a different perspective here, institutional investor expectations in terms of stewardship. Climate Action 100, you might know this. This is an initiative by institutional investors, and they have the biggest AUM, asset under management. And they have three requirements, as I mentioned before: strong governance framework and board accountability and oversight of the climate change risk. That is number one. And number two, value chain included to reduce emissions according to Paris Agreement. And number three, enhanced corporate disclosure in line with TCFD. Especially, we have to be in line with TCFD, and also business strategies should be comprehensively established. Well, here we say business strategies, but they are actually transition plans. So this signifies how important transition plans are here in Japan as well. So in Japan, in 2020, there was a shareholder proposal to Mizuho Bank regarding climate change, and 2 years ago as well, there was a proposal by some other shareholders as well. So shareholder proposals receiving highest support. What does it call for? Well, here is the message that was from the shareholders meeting of J-Power 2022. There was a proposal by shareholders. So basically, they have to have a business plan with science-based short and mid-term greenhouse gas emission reduction targets aligned with the Paris Agreement. So here it says business plan. However, this is actually a transition plan. this signifies that the transition plan is the highest supported proposal in the shareholders' meetings. And here is a global trend in mandatory climate disclosure. TPT task force was introduced now, and the UK, United Kingdom, was the pioneer to make it mandatory to disclose the plans. So they were the first one to make it mandatory. The government was largely involved. So this is a golden practice. And the EU, they have sustainability disclosure, CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directory, that's established already in the EU. In June this year, they are planning to have the European Sustainability Standard, ESRS, Environment 1. It's where they will refer to transition plans. And ECB has issued the opinion to support this transition plan very strongly. So TCFD is the basis for the sustainability disclosure, and double materiality concept is included. And the U.S., under Biden administration, they have SCT regulation SK, SX. Those are drafted. But basically, they are based on TCFD framework. So for those companies in the U.S. Which have transition plans, they are admitted. And what about Japan? We are proceeding as well. In 2017, TCFD recommendations were issued. In 2019, there was a very important amendment of the disclosure-related law. We recognize the importance, but risks that should be very important going forward should be disclosed as well. And that is included in this amendment, which is very important because Japanese financial regulatory bodies are really recognizing the importance of TCFD and the disclosure rules. And in 2022, for companies listed in prime market, a TCFD-aligned disclosure became necessary. So there's a requirement for companies, and in the end of March, the end of this fiscal year, or the earliest June this year, as for the security reports, there was an amendment as well. They have to use a TCFD framework for sustainability report. And if material to the company, they have to disclose the climate change-related initiatives. So more and more, there are a lot of requirements, and Financial Services Agency is saying that we have to consider more requirements, so they are going to have more amendment toward the future. So transition plans will be the next theme in Japan as well. Thank you very much. This was a brief report about the global rules and also the Japanese situation. Thank you very much.
Are we running out of time at all? I am Tamaki. I am not a member of the TPT. I am not a member of the government right now. I am just one of the observers. At the beginning, Mr. Tsueyoshi made opening remarks, and we, the Japanese economy in general are not really thinking about why. And we have not fully considered that as we move forward. Yes, I can recognize what he means. 1988, since that time, at the Ministry of Finance, I was in charge of formulating the environmental agency's budget. And already one of the climate-related issues, global warming, was discussed. And in 2011, or since that time, until 2017, in Paris, there is an OECD, which governs various public policies, and the leading countries, the developed countries, can share the discussion. And I was at OECD. In 2017, I came back to Japan. And it's been a while since I back in Japan, so I received a lot of requests to make presentations. But when I was in Paris at OECD, the public policy domain, the most popular policy issues were not something that the Japanese organizers did not like. That include three things. One is the climate. The second was inequality. And the third was gender. So those topics, I suggested those topics, and always they said, no, we don't have to talk about that. Please talk about the yen's appreciation or interest rate or next year's growth. So when I think about it, it's been 5.5 years since then. So now the economy and the level of the interest has changed. But as an observer, when I see the current situation, the Japanese economy still tries to get on the train as the train is moving. And I think that many people feel that way. And as a result of it, what we see now is that in order to attract people into this discussion, how to deal with the climate change and the decarbonization, this is not the bad thing. It is a good thing. So that has been too much emphasized, I think. In the past, the prime ministers talked about the virtuous cycle of economy and environment. Yes, that happened in the past. But when you look at the various statistics or estimations, the decarbonizations, placing the downward pressure on the global economy and employment is clear. So it's not a rosy picture that is the decarbonization. What I feel myself is that this transformation, those people who used to take the carriage and shifted to the cars, there is a convenience and evolution. And in that sense, this is a kind of unusual transformation. So in order to be convinced about the reason, it's not easy to do. So today's topic is transition. And this transition itself, there is a clear goals. And toward those goals, what needs to be done are clear. So it is a very unusual structural issue. But in achieving those goals, there are no precedences, no references, and the disruptions. I think that we can expect series of disruptions. Understanding them clearly, and if we understand it and then proceed, then the current efforts, they have to be very realistic. And that kind of discussion, would have received not such a strong support. So decarbonization, as I said, has a very unique characteristic. Unlike other challenges and issues, there is a specific time frame, 2030, 2050, what needs to be done to reduce the GHG down to zero. Or that mechanism in 1988, and since that time in the IPCC as a scientific evidence, it says that if we don't do this, if we cannot achieve this, what would happen? And that has been already reached a consensus almost globally. So this type of clear target and the clear playground and with the fixed time frame, we don't have any other challenges. So this is a kind of a gloomy thing, but this is something that we must do. If we don't do this, it would get much worse. So that is something that the Japanese society and economy need to understand and keep in mind. And the government, in the long term, it's not the 3 years, 5 years, but we have to have a long-term view. So explicit, it's not qualitative, but rather quantitative. What needs to be done by when, and credible. There has to be a credibility. Or there has to be the policy path, which will not change. And within that time frame, the economy, even if there are some pains, we have to face this and we have to work on this. So that is something that we are facing. That is a discussion of the decarbonization. We have to fully recognize this. But unfortunately, right now in Japan, we still don't have that. And we are only talking about what. We kind of jumped to the discussion of what. So as Seiyoshi-san said, that was the impression that I had. Thank you.
すいません、ありがとうございます。すいません。
Thank you. So from MITI, my name is Kajikawa. Well, I am actually the director at the Environmental Economy Office at MITI. Since 2019, I have been working for this office. I think Japanese carbon neutral policies have been practiced by our office. Under the circumstance, the theme for today, transition plan, I'd like to share the thoughts and also what we are working for. Well, as was mentioned by the Mr. Tsuyoshi speech at the opening, as well as discussion by Mr. Tamaki. Well, yes, I have to admit that Japan is a little bit behind, and in many ways, Japan was a little bit behind. We are laggard. Well, yes, that's true. But now, how we are going to address the climate issues or challenges is what we are all working on as the Japanese government. I have 3 slides, but first of all, why do we need a transition plan? At the bottom right, you see the diagram in 2050. We have to really go to the 2050 to be carbon neutral. Well, that's the summit. And how we are going to take the path toward the summit is something which is shown here. Well, 2050 carbon neutral is not the objective. When we reach the summit or pinnacle, what kind of a society, what kind of lifestyles are we going to enable? So carbon neutral itself is just a means. On the other hand, well, toward the carbon neutral, what way, how we are going to get to those summit or the pinnacle, there are many ways. So of course, we have to go step by step, or sometimes we have to take quite a steep slope, leveraging the different innovations. So transition plan can be diverse. On the other hand, we also have a solid pathway to carbon neutral in 2050, because otherwise we will not able to get there. So that's why transition plan is mandatory. So there are three factors, key factors. Well, as was mentioned by Mr. Tamaki, yes, it's going to be rough road to get to carbon neutral in 2050. So if we are going to really achieve that pinnacle, we need to really have a strong commitment. And of course, commitment alone will not make us get anywhere. So we have to have the pathway based upon the science and also the concrete plans. Those are necessary. And also, to really execute the plan, how we are going to create the good governance. By meeting the good governance, we will be able to achieve carbon neutral. So these are the three key factors. Well, according to TPT guidance, I think these elements are guided in every step. So yes, it's quite nice. Well, yes, British people tend to use quite. So this is quite nice. Sorry, this was a briefing meeting. We discussed, yes, British people tend to use quite. Well, yes, I think the guidance itself is quite nice. It's really great. So under those circumstances, what the Japanese government is doing? Well, as Mr. Tsuyoshi was a little bit critical against the Japanese government, but let me share what we do as the Japanese government. There's a vision and plan and governance and also the real measures. Well, in 2050, Japan is trying to be carbon neutral as a Japanese government. There's a strong commitment by the government. In 2021, UNFCCC, we have submitted the long-term plan to UNFCCC, and it was a cabinet decision. And also, we do have the basic law for the global warming, and under the plan, we already have the stipulation to be carbon neutral in 2050. So as a will of the politics, yes, we are determined to achieve carbon neutral, even in the legislation. And yes, in 2030, we already set up the interim target in 2030. So in 2030, interim target explains how we are going to address the decarbonization of the energy. So yes, the power mix are already decided by the cabinet in this energy basic law, and also maybe the households or transportation. And those industries' plan is included in the global warming measures, and that was again decided by the cabinet. Well, yes, how credible these policies are is still a question, but this is the framework in the Japanese government to take the actions. The second bullet point tells governance. Well, after Kishida administration inaugurated, last July, they had conducted the GX execution meeting. And yes, we have the councils of the experts as well as related ministers at the Prime Minister's office. So the basic or big direction is discussed at these councils, but the specific or concrete actions are discussed at the different council committee. Well, the last bullet point is the concrete action items. So as was mentioned by Mr. Tsuyoshi, the GX promotion law was mentioned. And yes, currently at the diet session, this is under deliberation. And yes, this is a growth-oriented carbon pricing concept. That's what we call. So in order to really increase the foreseeability or predictability for the companies, we need to really schedule the carbon pricing implementation. And also this requires quite significant investment. So maybe 20 trillion yen subsidies are going to be granted by issuing the JGB, the Japanese government bond. So at early stage, if the companies are trying to transition at early stage, we are going to provide the financial support and also showing in the future carbon pricing is going to increase so that they can expedite the transition. So that is the legislation which is under deliberation at the Diet session. Well, maybe this is going to be further discussed at later stage, but to this transition plan, Japan can bring a lot of contribution. Well, the different initiatives are described on this slide. There are 3 major frameworks to promote the transition. The first one is voluntary based, and then it may go to a mandatory. The first one is a TCFD consortium. This is the industrial sectors as well as financial sectors collaborating each other to really build the engagement framework. And yes, TCFD guidance, whenever we have the TCFD guidance to the Japanese audience, we will translate into Japanese so that many companies can refer to the TCFD guidance. Well, how they can build the transition plan is a big issue and challenge. So yes, within TCFD consortium, we have about 700 companies we have about 120 companies which are for TCFD, and half of them are already included in this TCFD consortium. So with those, we can actually make a step forward. The other one is a GX League, which is Green Transformation League. So yes, private sector is now trying to solve the global warming issues. After 2023 April, we are going to really promote this GX League as a trial. It will be voluntary based, but ETS is going to be conducted, the emission trading, based upon the voluntary basis. And then we ask those participants to create the transition plan. So to be more specific, the commitment to the carbon neutral in 2050 and also the interim target in 2030, which will be in alignment with 2050 targets. And also maybe between 2023 and 25, this is going to be regarded as the first phase for the trial. And the target in 2025 also has to be disclosed and shared. And also between 23 and 25, we want them to come up with the total sum target. And we are going to introduce ETS as well. And also starting from 2026, I think we have to come up with another legislation, but we are going to have a full-fledged ETS. And at the end of the day, will be one of the policies for the Japanese government to reduce the emission. The first phase, we are going to have the pledge and review. So by disclosing the information to the capital market, the investors or financial institutions will understand what's going on for each respective entities. And the third is a transition finance. Well, in 2020, ICMA, ICMA, published the transition handbook, and we already have the guidelines which are in alignment with ICMA guidebook or guidelines, especially steel or chemical and cement. Those are hard to abate industries. Well, there are not many alternatives for decarbonization. We present the roadmap for each different sector, and based upon those roadmap, they should transition. And for this part, well, the this is a technology roadmap. So for each industry, what they can do now, where they need innovation, and that's how we do the mapping toward 2050. So yes, I think that can be leveraged in TPT discussion. So as Japan, well, for the global industry to decarbonize, we can also offer the necessary tool. And yes, as technology, in terms of the technology, how Japan can contribute. Well, maybe this is the area which we can provide our contribution. And also, we have the transition bond. So bond and loan for the last 18 months, we have about 1 trillion yen. That's a financing. And especially maybe the engagement practice, especially for the bond investors who do not really have the engagement, maybe the FSA and also MOE as well as METI, we are now trying to come up with the engagement guidance to the bond investors so that maybe the decarbonization in the industry together with the financial institutions to really promote and expedite the transition. So that's what Japanese government is doing and what kind of contribution we can offer. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much all for your rich perspectives and experiences. I should say to the audience as well that you will have the opportunity to ask some questions towards the end of the panel, so please prepare any questions that you might have. I wonder if in our follow-up now, Tamaki-san, I can come to you. You spoke a bit about the importance of having clear pathways and policy signals. What role do you see for transition plans in supporting these efforts and supporting global and national net zero?
The importance of transition finance, you mean? Or transition plan?
You could speak to both.
Yeah. なぜ
So why, to tackle this challenge, do we have to have a plan to make a clear path? Well, I think I have mentioned it already in my speech because this challenge is for the entire economy and the society. So all the economic related entities are stakeholders in a sense. So all the stakeholders should have explicit plans and they should share the plans. Otherwise, we cannot proceed together. And then an organization drops the entire plan. Should not be successful. I told you about the policy path of the government. Long-term, explicit, and reliable transition plans are necessary. In terms of the government, in Japan right now, mainly METI and the Ministry of Economy are the ministries in charge of decarbonizations. However, it should be connected to all the government entities, all the ministries. So for the smooth transition, all the administrative functions of the government should be in line with each other to take necessary actions. At least they shouldn't hinder what each other is doing. And also, additionally, in the UK, Nick Stern's report has become such a great momentum for this discussion. And Gordon Brown asked the chief economist, Nick Stern, to take an action. And last year, we were talking about the natural capital, and the Treasury asked the professor of Oxford University to do it. So this kind of overarching activity to be shown to the public, having that kind of process, they were successful. And I used to work for the Ministry of Finance, but they are not really taking the lead in this discussion, which is strange in terms of budgeting and tax systems and also international exchanges. They need to orchestrate and harmonize the approaches of many different ministries, and the Ministry of Finance should take the lead. And in terms of transition, the most important thing for transition is stranded asset. So we should avoid making stranded asset in our investment. You can think about, for example, coal-fired power plant. This is a stranded asset as well. However, the most important thing is to make sure that human skills are not stranded. Valuable skills in this economy and society in 10 years as we decarbonate, those skills will not be needed. And if you have a solid transition plan, people and the companies to employ those people can think about what kind of skills are necessary for their next steps. They can learn from the plan. And their current employees and the current skills they have, how they should transform them. They can discuss with the labor unions and employees and the board members, shareholders, and supply chains. Together, they can have thorough discussions to transform their business models and the skill models, which is very important, but it's very difficult. Power plants, okay, maybe we can write off power plants. You can do it when they become not valuable, but you cannot write off human beings. Number 3, this transition plan should not be short-term. It can be short-term, but which part of the entire transition plan this portion accounts for, you have to think about it. What we should do in these 3 to 5 years is just to get the low-hanging fruit. From the easiest ones, for example, you are using LED light bulbs and you're using EVs for your board members, but it's like climbing a mountain. After half the way, it's going to be more and more difficult. So we have to make a judgment about the timing of doing what. So the short-term transition plan should have a position in a long-term transition plan. And of course, it's a transition plan. So you have a destination after the transition. After transition, what you are going to be. You have to have a clear image and benchmarking, and always you have to verify what you are doing. Last but not least, well, having said that, as I mentioned before, this transition is a very difficult path. People might lose jobs, and because of the price fluctuations, some people might suffer, and also your skills may not be valuable anymore. So we have to make sure that those people do not suffer. So we have to have proactive actions for that. Just transition is more difficult, a more difficult process. Companies and hopefully the government, in order for us to achieve just transition, they have to support that transitions. But it's not such a wide range support. We have to target, and we have to narrow down our objectives with their support. That kind of approach should be necessary. Thank you.
Tony, I wonder if you also have some reflections on this question of how transition plans can support global net zero or national net zero.
Yes. For me, this is the greatest economic opportunity that has ever been. So speaking to the why. Why are we doing this? Because this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to change the way our economy functions in a way that doesn't destroy the economy. And you can bet when you do that, you will expect people to have a plan. I doubt Japan became world baseball champions without a plan of what they were going to do with each pitcher, what the batters were going to do, and what the pitchers were going to do for the batters. You'd hope that you would also have a strategy and a plan for this. And that needs, as has been said by my fellow panelists, you need policy and government working with companies, with finance. They need to be working together and having that plan and sharing those plans. Finance cannot create the economy of the future on its own. It can enable it, it can finance it, it can help de-risk that, that investment. And particularly, that is what private finance is there for. It's to de-risk it. So when private finance is making their transition plans, they are articulating this is how we would like to enable the economy, working with our clients and scaling the finance, the transition finance that is needed. And we categorize this in 4 areas, 4 strategies of financing climate solutions, financing entities, whether they are projects or companies that are already aligned to a 1.5 degree pathway, financing those that are committing to align to the pathway as well, and managing the phase out of high carbon assets that cannot be decarbonized. And again, a plan is at the heart of all of that. We recently commissioned some work on just 2 of those areas. And this was on the ratio of investment needed in climate solutions, in energy, to fossil fuels. Because a lot of the dialogue has been about fossil fuels bad, only renewables. But actually the economy doesn't work like that. We can't just switch off fossil fuels. We can't do that because the economy will collapse. I'm obviously from Europe, and we've seen what happens if you switch off a major source of fossil fuels. It drives an energy crisis. So to your point, we know this is going to be painful, but we have to plan that. Doing it suddenly creates problems for people of all walks of life, whether that's jobs, but also pricing. So again, we need that plan. So back to this ratio, this articulates in that plan, how are you, for finance, how are you going to scale your investments in the economy? And we know from the models that have been set out, on average, in clean energy, we need about $4 in clean energy to every dollar in fossil fuels in this decade. And then $7 to $1 in the next decade, and $11 to $1 the decade after. That's just in energy. But that's where 70% of the investment is needed. The second reason that you need a plan in this area is innovation is happening so quickly because companies are seeing the opportunity here. Already we've been talking about, for example, the hard-to-abate sectors. How do we decarbonize them? Well, a lot of them need heat for their processes. And we're seeing huge amount of innovation now in heat storage. And it has the potential to be 98%, 95 to 98% efficient in that conversion of heat, just storing it using renewables, storing it in a thermally isolated place, and then channeling that heat back into industrial processes. That is a huge rate. We're seeing with the IRA in America, the Inflation Reduction Act, huge stimulation of industries across the board, billions and billions of dollars, and the incentives that the government is making is also generating billions of dollars that are coming from private finance as well. We're starting to see that also, again, scale in Europe as well with their Net Zero Industrial Act. again, formulating to a plan, giving the confidence for investment from finance and from companies that they can invest in this and take those skills with them. Very important to bring people along with that. And we actually have seen studies from the International Energy Agency that have shown the benefit of this transition to jobs is net creation of jobs. Some jobs will be lost, but then that's when we need to transition them. This has all the makings of a very positive thing for government, for finance, for corporates. This is, I usually say this to the audience, this is the closest any of us will get to being superheroes, saving the planet and doing good for people. I often say GFANZ, it feels like a Power Ranger. This is the closest we'll ever get because this is the challenge of our lifetime. But it's a challenge of creating good. And that's not something, particularly in finance, we get accused of doing very often. It has the perfect, I think this is a perfect sort of convergence of things that can actually be positive. So all of this comes then back to, if you want it to work, if you want to win, if you want to be the world champions of baseball, if you want the transition to work, you need to have a plan and you need to share that plan because no one institution, no one sector can do it on their own. It needs government, it needs finance, it needs corporates.
Thanks, Tony. I think we should have prepared for more baseball, more Power Rangers in the presentation. Yamashita-san, I'd like to come to you next. You gave us some of the history of TCFD and other initiatives so far in Japan. Can I ask, what do you see as the value for regulators in particular for transition plans?
このトランジションプラン
Well, about the transition plan, when you look at it, we have to really think about the time frame and the planning. We really need to revisit that. I think there is that meaning. So TCFD started originally because of the tragedy of the horizon. It's a long-term climate change. When we see it in front of us, that's too late. So that was the beginning of a TCFD. And what were the issues? At the time of the disclosure, the importance briefly is when you disclose something that is not public, it could affect the share price. So it was a very 6 month or 1 year time frame, very short term. So that is not good enough. So before the horizon, we need to capture this. So we need to shift to the long term view and think about the overall impact on the balance sheet and so forth. So that was the beginning of the TCFD. And gradually, we started to incorporate that in Japan. So now we have a long-term commitment, but short-term and medium-term, is it sufficient or not? There's that question. So when you have a transition plan, it means that what do we do in the short-term and the medium-term? Does it have a good plan? So once again, we need to revisit that. There's that question. So the disclosure or in the market, we are in the market, so the importance of the disclosure is the fundamental one, and what is important, and also the time frame, is something that we need to really rethink. I can't talk more, but I'm conscious of the time.
Thank you. So I think we've set out a lot of the why so far, and we've had some very clear messages. I wonder if we can start shifting a little bit towards practice. So Kajikawa-san, if we might start with you, what do you think the role of public policy or governments is in supporting the private sector to develop good practice plans?
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Well, toward the carbon neutrality, there are a lot of initiatives and there are a lot of uncertainties with the different levels. We deal and we discuss with the various sectors and whether this policy continues for the long term, or are we moving at the same speed as the other countries about the decarbonization? Is China really going to reach the carbon neutrality in 2060? They say that they are going to peak out in 2030, but maybe if we can produce more in China before that, maybe we can do better. So India is saying 2070. So that's 20 years later from the developed nations. There will be a lot of changes of the industries by that time. So from the corporate perspective, in order to make investments, there are so many anxieties and uncertainties. So in order to overcome them, there are several things that we have to do. One thing is that what we can do with the policy is to increase the predictability of the policies. And another is that globally, internationally, the policy of the climate change and the countermeasures to have a similar levels so that we can be on the level playing field in terms of the competition. Otherwise, the measures of the climate change in the sectors that they are not taking, probably the industry will shift toward that. But the predictability, especially the long-term commitment, aside from the long-term commitment in 2030 or 35 or 40, at the national level, country level, setting up the targets will come. And also we have a roadmap for different sectors. So what can be done specifically is something that we will be showing. And the most difficult thing is that about the emission, what would be the burden, what would be the price of it? We need to show that. And this, so ETS of EU, EUA price fluctuates quite a bit. So this can be as it's difficult to understand it as a one method, but setting the range, upper limit, a lower limit, and the carbon price will go up. So showing that is important in our policy. So as I mentioned earlier, GX League, we have that framework, and we want to do the trial within that framework. And also the international framework is that G7 in May will be held in Hiroshima. That's the G7 summit. And in the environment and energy, there will be a G7 track in Sapporo, and the finance track, transition finance included, there could be some sessions. So G7 or G20, within those frameworks, international cooperation will be done, and countermeasures and policies for the climate change can be coordinated through those events. And for the private sector, I think that it would be meaningful to share those policies. Thank you.
It's a very, very clear message. Ira, I'd like to come to you next to tell us a bit more about this good practice. So in your view of developing the TPT framework so far, what does good practice transition planning look like? What should financial institutions and corporates consider when they develop a transition plan?
Sure, thanks, Jack. So I think overall I want to make 5 key points here, and there's lots more in the documents that you can look at after. So first of all, I think the key is to start from what you've learned through your TCFD disclosures. So as I said, companies have already undergone this process, or at least many companies have, of unpacking where do the main risks lie and where are the main opportunities of the transition, and that should really be your starting point for your transition plan. The second point is develop your plan by thinking quite holistically about the role that you can play in enabling the transition. Now, what do I mean by that? Essentially, what we need to avoid is that companies think narrowly about what are my balance sheet emissions, what assets do I need to sell off in order to get to net zero emissions and be done with it. Instead, where we need to move to is that companies think through what role do I play in the economic systems and what steps can I take to really enable and accelerate the transition that is happening around me. So to make that a bit more concrete, for example, if you are a large food retailer, you might want to start asking yourself questions such as, how can I enable my customers to make more sustainable choices? What am I doing to enable those that I work with to come along on this transition? Now, the third point I want to pick up on the question around timeline that Tamaki-san mentioned earlier on the panel. So it's absolutely key that we need to combine, or that transition plans need to link up what's happening in the short term with that long-term target. So thinking about where do you want to be as a company in 2030 and 2050 is absolutely crucial. But you can't just rely on the fact that, well, at some point hydrogen will be widely available, so my strategy is to switch to that in 2045 and we're done. What you need to set out in a good practice transition plan is what steps are you taking in the next 2 to 3 years to really help you get to that stage in 2035 and 2050. So it's marrying up those two different timelines and thinking through what are the steps that current management teams need to take so that future management teams in about 5 years can pick up and actually reach the targets that you've set today. The fourth point is it's crucial to be transparent about the assumptions and uncertainties that underpin your plan. Transition plans do have that long-term horizon, and there are always going to be uncertainties there around technological innovation, around what are the policy assumptions, what is carbon pricing going to look like. Now, if those aren't public, it becomes very difficult on the one hand to assess whether the assumptions you're making are credible. But secondly, it also becomes really difficult to see where the key roadblocks lie across different sectors. So if you have the 5 major companies in one sector in their transition plan setting out, these are the assumptions that we're making, and this is where we think policy needs to be in order to allow us to reach our targets, that sends a really clear signal to everyone around you what needs to happen in order to allow you to get there. So transparency around assumptions and uncertainties and dependencies is absolutely critical. And then the fifth and last point is you need to get senior management involved. So as I mentioned in the opening remarks, we're talking about whole of entity transitions here. You really want organizations as a whole to shift. And in order for that conversation to be successful, you need to have the CEO, the CFO, and the board involved in this decision-making, because otherwise it's going to be super difficult to shift your organization in this direction at the speed and at the scale that we need. And I think I'll end it up there.
Thank you. Very comprehensive set of advice. Tony, please.
Just give an illustration of this. I started working in the environment and climate space back in 2006. And I put together a plan for the company I worked for to reduce its carbon footprint. And we managed to save 34 million pounds in 4 years by doing this. And that was done through some basic research, doing some of the low-hanging fruit. Our annual profit level was 50 million pounds. So number one, we succeeded. We overachieved by taking some simple actions and taking a plan together. 2, I really wish I got a bonus attached to that. And 3, it really illuminated the possibilities to the board very quickly because A, they saw bottom line, and B, the company won awards for doing some very simple actions. We're in a different situation perhaps right now, but the same thing applies because this goes to the heart of the strategy. This is not around the edges. This is what is your business going to be, both, and how are you going to get there? So what you said, Ira, about getting the board buy-in and the senior management is so important. Demonstrating the business case, demonstrating the risk potential, the opportunity potential, and using TCFD. Such a good point. I just wanted to highlight that from a practical experience.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. There's a lot in there about value and value to different stakeholders. Can you set out a little bit about what the value is to investors of transition plans?
So we use the word investors to mean a lot of different things. Investors can be equity, they can be securities, they can be also financial institutions that support from a lending point of view as well. There's a whole range of what investors can be. The value to investors is really of knowing what the companies they're investing in or providing capital to is understanding the journey that they're trying to go on. What are they trying to achieve with this? And how can they learn, particularly from some of the early people that are investing in these areas? So, for example, in the first-of-a-kind new site, so say steel, a new steel plant that uses hydrogen as direct reduction agent in an electrical arc furnace supplied by renewable energy. There are a couple of places that are actually doing this already and are taking it to a commercial value. It's in the early stages, but they expect also through doing this first of a kind, they'll probably be able to reduce their costs, their transactional costs, but also their investment costs by at least 30%. So by being involved in some of those early cases, financial investors can actually understand a lot more about how that's going to happen in future and earn the money. It's like any new product development. When you do the first of a kind, you learn by doing, and then you can turn the profit even more later on. So there is an opportunity here to learn, to make money at the same time in this transition, and as I said, to do good as well.
Thanks very much, Tony. We have about 15 minutes left, so at this point I'd like to open the discussion up to the audience and to see if anyone has any questions that they would like to ask the panelists. So we have one in the middle here and then one at the front afterwards.
Hello, Monica Nagashima, Japan Country Manager at InfluenceMap. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. I had a question for Ira. So it is very significant that corporate engagement with government and regulations is part of the TPT. And I was wondering if you could kindly elaborate on some of the reasons that that was included and some expected outcomes. And perhaps Kajikawa-san could maybe also comment on the possibilities of including that in some of the Japanese plans as well.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for that question. So as I kind of showed on the slides in the beginning, we think that if you think about the strategy piece of your transition plan, there is the implementation strategy, which is all about what you're doing internally. And then there's the engagement strategy, which is all about how you're working with the different actors in your ecosystem to help get you to where you need to go. Now, engagement with governments is an absolutely key piece of that. It is thinking through how are you communicating to governments the type of policies that you need in order to allow you to develop, in order to allow you to reach your targets. And also, how are you making sure that the industry associations that you're involved in are supporting those goals as well? That is an absolutely key piece to make sure that your outward engagement strategy is consistent with the objectives that you set out. Yeah, I think suffice it to say that having that corporate voice push into the right direction on climate strategy is absolutely crucial, which is why we decided to include it in the first draft of the framework.
Thank you very much for your question. So this transition plan, how Japanese corporations or governments are involved, especially in the engagement? Yes, that's a question, right? Yes. So I think I showed the slides at the beginning, but I think the Japanese companies are building the transition plans which are required at the TPT level. Maybe not. Maybe in the future, I think the Japanese corporations to really build the transition plans, maybe something like TPT, sort of a consortium, joining the industry and also the financial sectors together to really discuss. We will have the voluntary framework, but we have about 679 companies under this GX League, and this is 40% of the emission. And building the plan within this kind of league is a first step. And maybe in order to really proceed with this kind of projects, how much the Japanese government require their companies to disclose those information. Well, maybe we have to think about the mid to long-term lending, and also we have to really set up the clear targets and then see how those targets have been achieved. So into the future, we need to also have some sort of the disclosure requirements. But at the current stage, prior to this session, starting at 1:40, we had a briefing with the different panelists, and we were asking what TPT is thinking, what kind of collaboration can be possible in Japan or with Japan. So that's been discussed. So maybe under this global scheme, that's one. And also another is at the government level, the Japanese government level. So national level is another level. So together with the global scheme, we want to really make a step forward to really get rolling. Sorry, I hope I can answer to the question.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I'm sure there's lots that we can learn as well from the TCFD consortium approach. Thank you. Please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this insightful session. Shin Yoshi from Morgan Stanley, much appreciated. I just had a quick question on the fourth point that you mentioned around the transparency in terms of the uncertainties or dependencies. And when thinking about setting your transition plan, obviously there's a lot of dependencies in terms of how third parties will also act or evolve. And has there been any thought given to, once a lot of companies in the world have started to publish their transition plan, maybe taking a certain sector or a category or industry, or maybe firms within a supply chain, and saying, are the transition plans within the supply chain or within the industry reasonably harmonized so that they're not, there's not a severe or material disconnect among the plans in that same category or firms in that sector? So that was kind of, the question I have for you and maybe to the other folks.
I'm happy to.
Should I kick off and then?
Yeah.
Cool. So it's definitely the next question that's going to be asked. Particularly in the TPT, I'd say we're not at that stage yet, because at the moment we're trying to give the guidance to the market to enable those first transition plans to be out there, which means that we need to focus on what should be in a plan and what are the pieces that we really need transparency on. But this is definitely the next question that financial institutions are going to ask, that you're going to start to see from governments as well, that if they want to understand, are the different sectors within my economy actually collaborating, or do we see the collective action that we need? Does this join up? It's definitely going to be, I think, one of the key next questions.
Yeah, I think if you take it in steps, what we've been trying to do is go, okay, we need to get commitment, we need to get action in place, and we need reference pathways, and not a single reference pathway as well, because they are not predictions of the future. So we need a number of pathways so that we compare and contrast. But also, as financial institutions, we understand what our clients are doing on this. So that's one of the things I would expect individual financial institutions go, where are we seeing the trends as they face to particular sectors? I think in terms of then holding it to account, some of that data we expect to actually go into the net zero data public utility that will be launched later this year. Well, the beta version will be launched and then gradually added to, so that everybody's got access to the same data and comparing the same things. And then finally, you can bet also that the civil society side of things will also be holding people to account, whether that's with consortia of or coalitions like the Climate Action 100+, my colleague on the panel mentioned, the World Benchmarking Alliance, Transition Pathway Initiative, they look to do those assessments as well that can be used. But other NGOs, and I particularly think Influence Map will also be one of those that will look to hold people to account on this as well. I think the final component to your answer is which pathways are actually being followed by which sector. And what we're seeing from pathway developers is they re-baseline every year based on what's actually happened. So the IEA, with their net zero emissions pathway, released a new pathway in 2022 based on changes, what they saw in the economic situation as well. And what we need from pathway developers is more granularity at region and at sectoral level so that we can do those comparisons. But it's a really, really interesting subject.
Thank you very much, yes.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Yes, one here at the front and then one here in the middle.
Hi. Is this on? Hi. Got a question for you, Tomo Ishikawa from MUFG. My question is around SMEs, the smaller companies. I know the GFANZ framework or TCFD, TPT, all great, and also the Japanese technology roadmap. I think that makes a lot of sense for the big guys to say, okay, we need to produce transition plan for disclosure, of course, investors and bondholders, everything. But at the end of the day, if you look at actual numbers of company out there, the vast majority is actually the SMEs, the smaller companies. So the question is, how do you encourage those smaller companies, or should we care about SMEs? I think, but some may say, forget it. If we can cover the big guys, that's good enough because that will cover 80%, 90% of emission. That's one way to look at it. My view would be that we should also cover SMEs, smaller companies as well. How do you encourage those companies to be as robust or as ambitious as possible, but still be, to some extent, you need to give some flexibility given, we're not talking about a company with 50 people focusing on sustainability. Maybe it's like a few folks trying to come up with robust transition plans. So the question to you guys from GFANZ TPT would be, how do you make these frameworks flexible but still standardized for smaller companies and for maybe METI, but also Tamaki-san and others? I don't know how we can incentivize those small companies to also think about that they're also part of this big, as Tamaki-san, you said, everyone's a stakeholder, not only big companies are in charge. So how do we think about it? I don't know if you have any thoughts, but that's something, as a bank, we're also kind of started thinking about how do we engage with smaller companies. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Thomas-san, for that question. Already in the GFANZ publications that we released last year on the real economy, we actually identified the areas that companies in, we say the real economy, I don't know if this translates well. It feels weird to say the real economy and the finance economy as if it's magical. The corporates in SMEs, we've already articulated, you can't do everything here. Here's the things that probably as financial institutions, we want to hear most about. I think this is also works the other way. Big institutions setting out a transition plan will allow SMEs to go, okay, where's the opportunities to work with them as well and work in the broader sense? So I think there is a synergy between the two. The expectations in terms of breadth, depth, of transition plans has to be smaller for SMEs. And that plays also for financial SMEs as well. And the same for governments as well when they come out with their transition plans. So it has to be a practical nature, and you can use these frameworks to determine what is there. But even for big financial institutions and corporates, not everything within the framework is going to be relevant immediately, because the framework that TPT and GFANZ have outlined is a framework of all that could be encompassed, assuming that you've done everything. And the legacy that we've had from the TCFD, and Japan has been a world leader on TCFD response, is you have to start somewhere. You might not be able to cover everything in the first time. In fact, the best TCFD reports, when they start, say, we've done this, this, this. We haven't tackled, say, this sector. So I think the same applies for SMEs. That's not relevant to us. That's not relevant. This is, and this gives you an idea of where we're trying to go. And now we're reading your report and go, oh, you're trying to go this way. Maybe we need to adapt that way.
Thank you. So we have time for one final question, and we'll ask for short responses from the panel, please.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Emily Jones from Kodo Advisory. We are a sustainability advisory working with the assessing the low carbon transition framework developed by CDP and ADEME, which is the French Ministry for Ecology. And one of the main questions we've come across as we work with companies on this framework is, how does this apply to Japan? So the TPT is a framework coming out of the UK. What are some of the areas that need to be adapted in order for it to be better targeted towards the Japanese market? Thank you.
Tricky one.
I can start and kick off.
And so quick answer, and then if any of the other panelists would like to reflect, and then we'll close.
So I think the first thing that I'll say is that there's one key similarity in the context in the UK and Japan, which is that both the UK and Japan have publicly committed to be early adopters of the ISSB. Now, what this means is that if you look at what the International Sustainability Standards Board published in their draft recommendations, that contains a transition planning element, and the TPT framework builds explicitly on that element and just provides additional granularity and guidance as to how companies could apply that. Which means that in countries around the world that are starting to look towards the ISSB standards, the TPT framework can provide a helpful example for how that transition planning element could look. And that's, I think, one of the key reasons why we are engaging internationally is to just communicate that there is guidance already there that we've been developing in, with engagement with across industry and finance, and that could be useful. But I think I'll leave it there.
Any other final reflections, please?
ありがとうございます。TPT
So when I look at TPT framework, we have some commonalities between different sectors in elements and items. So the framework itself was developed in the UK, but whatever country you're talking about in Japan and so on, we can use it. But when you actually use it, well, we should consider uniqueness of the region, and per industry, we should have different approaches. And for that, if we are to introduce in Japan, we might have to customize some parts. And already in Japan, we have many roadmaps and tools developed already, so we can combine some of them in practice. So TPT, but rather than adapting it per se, but based on TPT, we can make comparative transition plan that should be more important. So I think we can harmonize our approaches to TPT as well.
Please.
日本企業とそれから
So I have seen engagement of Japanese companies and also European stakeholders, and a lot of people say that Japanese engagement cannot be really trusted because climate change is for the global physics. I'm a lawyer, but science-based approach is the most important thing. Unless we have science-based approach toward the other societies and toward other countries, it's irresponsible. So, of course, technology is important for us to have, and also environmental resources are important, but unless we are science-based, you cannot be trusted. So this is a common issue. So as common practices for Japanese companies, every company has midterm plans. Usually that covers 3 years. And the management deeply commit to the 3-year midterm plan of the company. And even if they have other plans, compared to the midterm plan, they are subordinate. So it's the period of 3 years. So towards certain goals, you cannot really change the business model. You can only fine-tune the plans. So as I mentioned before, it's only 3 years. So if you have many 3-year plans, it's only fine-tuned and you cannot transform the company. So under such a situation, TPT says, so as for this challenge, you need to have a long-term and consistent plan. So I want TPT to issue this clear message so Japanese companies can establish their sustainability plan that should be as important as their midterm plans.
And a word from Tony.
It's a really interesting question. Just for full disclosure, I used to run the team that developed the ACT methodology at CDP, so I have a vested interest. I think with the TPT and GFANZ, what we've developed is something that, echo what's been said, it can be used, 90% of it is pretty much ready and off the bat. And I think the context locally is really important. I think what actually differs is how you assess whether it's actually science-based or not, depending on the region, because the context of how fast a country itself, the sector it applies to, is really important as well. So this is why we need more pathways locally and sectorally to be able to do that. And I'll shut up there because I can go on for hours.
Thanks very much, Tony. I'm sure we could all go on for hours. There's so much content to discuss here. So there are really, I think, some key messages that I'm hearing here that firms should think about the roles that they play in the economic system as a whole. There's a difference between decarbonizing the balance sheet and decarbonizing the economy. That there are real opportunities for the board here for strategic discussions at a board level, and it's really important to have the board involved as much as possible. That transition plans are really the next stage in the journey, and also a crucial part of directors' duties too, so there's a strong legal basis. That stakeholders should have a plan, and they should share one with a real importance on the short term and the long term. And finally, that there is a strong role for governments to play here. This is very much the next stage in the journey. I think there's also some really important messages today. I filled up my notebook. I'm probably going to have to buy another one. But please thank our panelists here today for coming and sharing their work. So we'll take a short break and we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock for the second session.
Is everybody mic? Hello, everybody. Konnichiwa. Yes. Konnichiwa again. Sorry, that's about as much Japanese as I can speak. Apart from domo arigato for coming back, and welcome to our next panel. We're going to have a number of presentations on really practical examples here of transition plans. I'm going to invite my speakers one by one to come up, but if you'd like to join me in welcoming our first speaker today, I always think of him as Tomo-san. Because he is so active in this arena in transition finance. I'm proud to say he's a very active member of the GFANZ working groups that we've signed up. So Tomo-san, if you would like to come up and present from MUFG. Yes.
That's you.
Where am I supposed to sit? Anywhere?
There. The click is there.
Oh, okay.
Is this on? Am I on? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I have a presentation that I'm going to go through. And Tony, as I said a few minutes ago, I normally speak too much. And that's what my wife tells me. So if I go over whatever 10 minutes, just say shut up, then I will shut up. But first of all, I have a present. Shut up. Thank you. At least I'm listening, right? That's a good start. So I am going to discuss transition plan. But as you see, the title of my presentation is Transition Strategy, not Transition Plan. Why? Because I believe we have transition plan. However, it's not official, and as we heard in the previous panel, the plan will have to be approved by the board, and of course with the CEO, CFO, I'm not there yet. So I cannot say this is our transition plan, so it's more of a strategy. But I think we have transition plan, so that's why I am going to spend the next 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 minutes discussing what our transition plan is. But let me start from what I would think what transition plan is. Transition plan, at least from my perspective, it's a comprehensive action plan to achieve the net zero commitment. And I will discuss a bit later, but we made the commitment to achieve 2050 net zero. This was 2 years ago. And in fact, this 2 years has been very, how should I say, very interesting journey, I would say. We learned a lot. It's been, how should I say, lots of twists and turns. But I think we made a lot of progress. And everything that we've been doing over the past 2 years, I would think it's a part of our transition plan. So it's not like we don't have a plan, but we're trying to do something. But everything we're doing every single day will be part of our transition plan. So that's how I think about transition plan. So it's just a matter of documentation and also putting in a standardized format following the TPT or GFANZ framework. So that's how I look at it. But sometimes people think that we don't have a plan and we're supposed to be creating from scratch, but that is not the case. We have been taking this, all the steps up until today, and it's just a matter of documenting. But of course, we will follow the TPT or GFANZ guidance because we want the stakeholder to look at it and say, this is comprehensive, right? Sometimes you're too much focus on one thing, but not look at the whole picture. So I think the GFANZ framework or the TPT, they are very useful because you will be able to come up with a comprehensive plan as opposed to just focusing too much on one aspect. Let me share with you, where's the, okay, let's see whether it's green. Okay. I want to first of all start with our underlying philosophy of our transition strategy. Again, not transition plan yet, but I would call it a transition strategy. So as we heard in the previous panel, our net zero target, 2050 net zero, can only be achieved through real economy decarbonization. What does that mean? It means it's not a paper decarbonization. I think we heard from Ira that, of course, you could do all the divestment and say it's done, or our balance sheet is green. That's not how we think about transition. Rather, it's the real economy transition. So that's how we can achieve net zero. Number two, proactive client engagement to understand their transition strategy. I think that's the key step that we need to take, and I'll discuss a little bit more why. And also our role, I think it was Tony, you mentioned that we cannot change the actual emission, but we can be enabler, and that's exactly what we define ourselves. Financial institution role is to finance credible transition plans. So we facilitate our clients' transition to net zero, and hence, as a result, we will also achieve net zero. The last thing, it's more towards the, I guess, financial supervisor or regulator because they're very much focused on climate-related risk. We believe the transition of the real economy will actually mitigate our climate-related financial risk. So we're not talking just about the real economy decarbonization. By supporting decarbonization, that will actually reduce our transition risk, which will also reduce the physical risk. So what is our journey so far? On your left, this is just a few pillars of what we're doing. But 2 years ago, May 21, we, MUFG declared carbon neutral. This was the result of us joining Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is on the second one. We were the first Japanese bank to become a member of Net Zero Banking Alliance, so we basically committed to 2050 net zero. The third, Tony, you know much more than I do, but we also became indirectly became a member of GFANZ. I think we're probably the most active member, if just between the members here. Mark Carney said you guys are very active, and maybe you guys are most active. So I think if Mark Carney says so, I think that is the case. One thing I might want to highlight, which is I think somewhere in there, you see JET-P, which I think is also a very important project we're undertaking together with GFANZ and GFANZ members. This is Just Energy Transition Partnership for Asian countries. We're working with G7 countries, working with, of course, local government to accelerate their energy transition. So we're not just talking about trying to come up with a framework, but rather we're actually working with the local government, local actors to facilitate energy transition by mobilizing private finance, of course, working with public sectors, public finance. So GFANZ is not just about framework, but I think we're working to accelerate the real economy transition. And the last thing, transition white paper, if I have time, and if Tony says will allow me to speak a little bit, I'd love to discuss our transition white paper. So, but let me discuss why these are part of our transition plan. Because, as I'm sure you're well aware, we don't actually emit CO2, maybe just a little bit, but banks, our emission is primarily what's called Scope 3, or finance emission, which is category 15 of the emissions. And how do we reduce our clients, or let me put it this way, how do we reduce finance emission? It's very clear. The only way, or two ways you can do it, either you divest, which of course is one way to look at it, or you can actually engage with your client and facilitate their transition. So the way I describe is our clients' emissions are our emission. That means their decarbonization is our decarbonization. So that's how we look at it. So one could look at it, this is a risk. We're exposed to our clients' emissions, but you can also look at it from an opportunity perspective. If our clients become more aligned to net zero, that means we can finance their transition opportunities and we will be aligned to net zero as well. So let's look at it as an opportunity as opposed to risk. So that's how we look at it, and that's why the previous slide is part of our transition plan. So where are we on transition plan? I want to discuss internal work and external work, but this is to some extent based on the TPT. I think you saw, you heard from Ira about internal work and also engagement, and this is how we look at our work so far. So internal work includes, I mean, I can go on and on, but maybe just a summary of what we've done internally is to strengthen our governance. We have a carbon neutral committee headed by our CEO. We also strengthen our climate risk management. So all of these things have been internally calibrated so that we have a better way to monitor, quantify and monitor the progress we're making in terms of net zero. We also came up with a comprehensive strategy, which of course will be part of transition plan, including 2030 CO2 targets, reduction target for some sectors, but we will add more sectors in the next few weeks, or actually a few days. You will see it, I think, next week. But we're adding more sectors for 2030 interim targets. We also not only just setting targets. Setting target is one important thing, but at the end of the day, you actually need to engage with your clients. And here's why. Commercial banks, unlike asset managers or hedge funds, those sectors or those institutions who may be looking at opportunity only, we, to some extent, it's, I think I view this as a positive factor, but we have existing exposure to many of our clients. So we're not just looking at providing new money, but rather we need to think about how do we manage our transition risk for the existing exposure that we have. And sometimes we have billions of dollars of exposure to existing clients. So we can't just look at the new opportunity, financing opportunity, but rather how do we think about the existing opportunity? How do we reduce the transition risk, but also trying to find the financing opportunity? So that's how we look at it. So that's internal, external, as you saw, engagement strategy. So we are actually engaging with our clients. As I said in the beginning, listening to our client is the first thing we are doing. As I said, we have existing exposures, and we're talking to our clients every single day. So unlike asset managers, I mean, nothing wrong with asset managers. You have your own way of engaging. We have our way of engaging. We talk to our clients every day, whether it's the CEO level, CFO, or the working level. We talk to them, and we know about our clients, maybe more than our clients. So we have all the information. We're not just relying on publicly available information, but that's how we try to understand their transition plan, but also try to challenge their transition plan so that those plans are credible. At the same time, we're also working on some of the more macro discussion, and that's where the transition white paper comes in. But these are some of the work that we're undertaking, because without understanding what is the macro challenge, you can't just go to your client and say, hey, can you come up with more robust plan? Because they will tell you, for example, energy transition has to come first before you talk about for example, consumer product decarbonization, because at the end of the day, electricity has to become green for other sectors to decarbonize. So you need to understand the full picture as opposed to just focus on sector by sector or firm by firm. That's how we look at it. So we're doing internal and external. Okay, 1 minute. So I only have one more page to go, which is good news.
It's a big page.
White paper. We produced a white paper last October, which is public, so you might want to look at it. But we're working on white paper 2.0 now. And this is trying to identify what are the key technologies that we need. When I say we, it's not MEFG only, it's not Japan only, but Japan, Asia, all of us will need for the purpose of decarbonization, especially focusing on energy sector, because as I said, without energy being decarbonized, other sectors cannot decarbonize. So that's how we look at it. And how should I say, fundamental understanding of challenge will form our transition plan. And that's how we engage with our clients. So we're doing all of this as part of transition strategy, but once this is documented in a comprehensive, standardized format, I think we can call it transition plan. And hopefully this TPT framework or GFANZ framework will allow us to come up with a more standardized format as opposed to, kind of a plan being all over the place. Let me stop there. Happy to answer any questions. Hopefully that was less than 20 minutes, which was my original plan. But thank you very much, and happy to take any questions afterwards. Thank you.
So now I'd like to, you've heard now the point of view from a bank trying to make transition plans work. And I would like to echo, Thomas-san is a very, very engaged member of GFANZ, and the most engaged. But I didn't say that, okay? No quotes. Now I'd like to invite on the stage the point of view from an investor in the equity space into project finance, but very much with a view from a universal investor as well. So I'm delighted to welcome on stage, and apologies if I get the name wrong because I'm terrible with names, Karina Smith Ikan Acho from NBIM, Norja Bank. Okay.
Thank you, Tony. I think you pronounced it very well, and very excited to be here. So I represent NBIM. It's the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we are a long-term and a globally diversified financial investor. Oh, wow, slides are working. And as you see here, currently we have around $1.3 billion in asset under management, and we are 70% invested in equity. So that means we own around 1.3 or 1.5% of every listed company in the world. And if you wonder how much $1.3 billion is in yen, I think it should, here it goes. So here you see how much it is in Japanese yen. I'm not even going to try to say how much that is. But what's interesting is that Japan is our second largest market. So we are very happy to be an investor in Japan. And here you see some of the great companies, large companies we are invested in. And I'm here with my colleague Vegard, and we're going to be here the whole week and meet with companies, and very much look forward to that. And we are, of course, going to talk about transition plans. And why is that? Yes, it's because, you know, the returns of our diversified investment all around the globe, universal owner, like Tony said, it's very much dependent on sustainable development, both in economic, environmental, and social terms. And all analysis shows that we will get better returns and our fund will be maximized if there is an orderly transition to net zero. So that is what we are working for. And that is why we actually have worked with climate change for more than 15 years. But, you know, we have decided we actually need to do more. So in September last year, we published our climate action plan, a very ambitious plan. You can all read it if you're interested. And it basically states the action we will take until 2025 to manage climate change risk and opportunities for us as a fund. And the action plans are really targeted at three things. It's targeted at improving market standards, making the portfolio more resilient, and also effectively engage with the companies we're invested in. So really, at the heart of the plan is driving the companies we are invested in to net zero emissions at least by 2050. And we expect all the companies to set credible targets and transition plans for reducing their Scope 1, Scope 2, and material Scope 3 emissions. And through clear expectations, through engagement, our aim is really to support the companies in that journey in achieving their objectives. So let me talk a bit more about what our expectations are when it comes to companies' transition plans. And we're actually now in the process of almost writing them out in detail, formulating our views, but I can share some preliminary perspectives. And really what we see is sort of its three important pillars of a transition plan. It's about defining ambitions and setting targets. It's about emission reduction strategy and the financial planning that goes with it. And we also want to see scenario planning and carbon pricing. So let me talk a bit about each of these pillars. So first, important for the plan is really for companies to outline their ambitions and the interim targets that lay the foundations for their emission reduction efforts. So as I said, we expect companies to get to net zero at least by 2050, and also align their long-term business activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And so to support the long-term net zero target, we also ask the companies to set short and medium-term science-based targets covering Scope 1, Scope 2, and as material Scope 3 emissions. And but then it's important to highlight that we, as a large globally diversified investors, we have investment in more than 9,000 companies across more than 70 countries. So this means that our approach to how we engage with the companies will sort of be different depending on where the companies are in their journey. So, and just to give you a picture of it, you know, at the end of last year, 17% only of the companies in our portfolio had credible net zero commitments, so 17%. So there's a long way to go. But when we look at Japan only, here only 12% of the companies had net zero, credible net zero targets. So definitely Japan has a way to go and need to step up. But that means, for instance, when we talk to companies here in Japan, we will keep more emphasis on target setting and their foundations for net zero. But in the countries where target setting has come further, we may be shifting the attention more to the delivery phase. And I thought want to put an example here of how can a company do target setting well. And now I put out Holcim. It's a cement and construction company, because they have managed, as a cement company, to have clear Scope 1 and Scope 2 emission reduction target in the short term, and have also set targets for various Scope 3 emissions, and really clear plans for where they're going to be in 2050, both when it comes to Scope 1 and 2, and also Scope 3. And I think if a cement company can do this, everyone should be able to do this. So let me go over to decarbonization strategy and financial planning, the next element in a transition plan. And what we believe is that the strategy should outline the levers, really, that will drive the company's emission reduction towards its targets. So we expect the strategy to be quantifiable, clear, and also time-bound. And we expect the companies to conduct financial planning as a part of its strategy development. And this includes really aligning capital allocation and procurement decisions with overall decarbonization objectives. So it all has to be a holistic plan. And here I also wanted to give you an example. The company Engie, French utility company, they have a detailed decarbonization strategy, explain the technological mix they're pursuing towards net zero, with specific targets for biomethane, hydrogen, and renewables electricity productions. And also then explain how their CapEx allocation will adapt to this roadmap, just to give you some inspiration. So a little bit about scenario analysis and carbon pricing, the third element we want to see in a transition plan. So we really want the companies to think about macro level climate issues, such as having clear scenario analysis, and also think about carbon pricing. Because really, as an investor, we need to understand how resilient the company's business is to different climate scenarios, and also if the company is considering managing and integrating various risks also related to carbon pricing as part of their strategy. I mean, if you take an example here in Japan, I know you already have a national carbon tax and several regional schemes, but you're also considering stepping that up. And of course, with changes in the carbon pricing scheme, of course, it then becomes evident why we as an investor ask companies to plan for a world where carbon pricing has spread, and also to reflect that really in the company's capital allocation decisions. So these were really some of the core elements we want to see in a transition plan. And just to add a few others, other elements that we think are helpful, and that may be that we want the emission data to be verified. We also like to see our companies plan to use offsets or credits, and we like to see TCFD reporting. And finally, we also ask for good governance structure, and I like to understand how the company really plans to engage in their value chain with the industry policy developments, and see that as a part of their transition plans. And I must also say that the elements we expect from climate transition plans aligns very well with the UK TPT framework. And we recently provided a consultation response to that, and there you can find more about our expectations. And of course, if you read our climate action plan. So I think with that, just to say, I look forward to reading many more transition plans, also from Japanese companies. Wish you good luck with that, and thank you.
I'd just also like to echo, Deutsche Bank have been a fantastic proponent on action on climate change for years. I've experienced this myself in previous roles, so it's fantastic to have this perspective there as well. So we've heard from finance. Now we're going to hear from a practical example of what a company in Japan is doing. And absolutely delighted and honored that we have Sony on board with us today. Again, I have to read my notes to make sure I pronounce it right. So I hope you would join me in welcoming up to the stage Kiko Shika-san from Sony.
Okay. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'd like to make this presentation in Japanese, and my name is Shiga from Sony Group. First, I would like to talk about Sony Group's environmental activities.
Investing into us. Thank you so much. Okay. 我々の企業
This is our purpose of Sony. Creativity and technology, the power of which is going to be used to fill the world with emotion. And this is the purpose of our activities. And this is Sony's approach to sustainability. So based on the purpose, and to establish the purpose, we are aiming for people to be connected with a lot of emotions. But for that, we need to have sound environment and also security of the society. So to proceed with this purpose, this kind of activity to address climate crisis is very necessary, and that is our daily activities. This is our accountability. Globally, we have responsibility as well, and we have innovation and business activities through which we are contributing to the sustainable society. So contribution and responsibility, those are two important things for Sony. This is Sony's materiality. For the first time in 3 years, we have revised it, and we have reviewed our materiality. And you can see the red box on the right side. We have 4 items in the materiality, and climate change is one of them. And also the others are D&I and respect human resources, technology to contribute to sustainability. So those 4 are our focal points in our sustainability activity. And Sony, maybe your impression of Sony is electronics and TV sets. But actually, we have a lot of different businesses in our group. Electronics is, yes, and the PlayStation business, gaming, and also device, semiconductors, music, and movies. And in Japan, we have financial business as well. And depending on what we do in the business, what is sustainability and what is important for them is different. And in terms of environment, since we have hardware business as well, they have higher environmental burden. And in music business, we have more diversity focus approach. That is very important for their business as well. So within the group, each business has their own materiality in terms of sustainability. That is how we are promoting sustainability in our company. So going back to environmental activities, as I mentioned before, Sony's environmental activities consist of both axes, that's responsibility and contribution. And Road to Zero is our environmental plan. This is a symbolic activity for our accountability and responsibility. This Road to Zero is our environmental plan that was established in 2010. By 2050, through our business activities and also product life cycle, we are aiming to achieve zero environmental burden. And for that, every 5 years, we have green management, a midterm target. This is a rolling plan. And we have 4 focal points in this plan, as you can see here on the right side, and climate change is one of them. Climate change, resources, commodities, and chemical substances, and biodiversity. And each stage, we have plans for those 4. And here's the history of the environmental activities of Sony Group. In 1976, we established the environmental meetings, and we are active. And in 2010, as I mentioned before, Road to Zero, the environmental plan was established. And for the first time, we targeted 2015. And we backcast to see how we should be in each year in our plan. And after that, in 2018, we joined RE100, and we have obtained the certification for SBT 1.5. And last year, we have obtained the certification for SBTI Net Zero. This is a history. And as for the Net Zero, now this Road to Zero targets 2050. But recently, we have urgent challenges we have to tackle recently. And because of that, we moved this forward by 10 years. So we are targeting 2040. This is the goal. And last year, we revealed the plan. And we were certified for SBTI Net Zero. And this looks very simple. However, we are talking about transition plan here today, and this is our transition plan. First, 2030 is the target year to make Scope 1, 2 net zero. And including Scope 3, we are going to target 2040 to achieve net zero. So requirements for SBTI net zero target, I think many of you know this already, and we refer to this to establish a target for net zero. We are targeting 2040, and ultimately, the long-term goal exists. And starting from the base year, we reduced 90% of the emission. And this is in line with Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees. So first, we reduce the emission. And of course, we have near-term SBT and long-term SBT. So after 90% of reduction, we still have 10%. But this is to remove CO2. So this is the basics for our approach to reduce CO2 emission. Sony's greenhouse gas emissions overview and reduction measures are here. On the right side, you can see the red box. This is Scope 1 and 2 together. So it's about 7%, and the rest is Scope 3. So first, we are aiming to have net zero of Scope 1 and 2, but we have to expand into Scope 3. This is a great challenge for us. So I'd like to introduce some of our activities. This is Scope 2 reduction effort, implementation of renewable electricity, and we have started early. We have solar panels on top of the factories, and also we have rolled out this globally, but it's not enough. So last year, using FIP scheme, we started Japan's first virtual PPA. So that means we have a different contract for power generation and also environmental aspect. And supply chain engagement, this is part of Scope 3. Every year, to suppliers, we ask them to report how much GHG emission they have and how to reduce them and what kind of targets. We have annual surveys. And during the annual activities. Well, some suppliers, we still have a lot of suppliers who don't know about scope 1, 2, 3. So including capacity building, we distribute videos and so on to educate them as well. So this is what we do. Together with supply chain, we are trying to reduce GHG. With this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiko-san. And last but by no means least, we're now going to hear from the civil society. And Emi Matsukawa is going to come up and present from CDP.
Tony, thank you very much. So far, I listened to the discussions, the actual examples, but in my case, from the perspective of CDP, I'd like to present. Jack, at the beginning, referred to our report. And I'd like to go into the details toward the second half of my part, but Tony is worried about time, so I'll keep it short. I don't know how to do this. Sorry. So I think you all know this, but just in case that there are people who don't know, I'd like to briefly introduce CDP. It was established in UK, and it's been more than 20 years. And last year, we submitted the 20th questionnaire. So this is an NGO. And we are doing our activities in order to pursue our mission. And we have our biggest database about the environment in the world. Some numbers. This is 2022, 18,700 or more companies responded. And this is actually more than 50% of the market cap in the world. And when the climate change started, that was the first one, the first questionnaire in 2003, supply chain, the water security, forest. We changed the content and expanded the content of the questionnaire and survey. And my colleague made this graph, which is easier to understand. This shows the increase of the respondents. In the past few years, the climate change-related responses are increasing. So I think you can see this clearly in this graph. So we are asking companies to respond, but there are signatories and financial institutions at our back so that they look at the disclosure of the companies, and we're trying to work together. So what I will talk about today is the credible climate transition plans. So in CDP, as one of the questions, we ask about the transition plans and the climate transition plan. There are principles, and there are 6 factors. That is our view in CDP. This is quite self-explanatory, I think. So flexibility, on the left-hand side, flexible and responsive. And the feedback system is also a very important factor. So to be complete, not to exclude the major item is also very important. And internally coherent is important. So no contradictions. This is another important factor. And one of the questions that we ask, C3.1, that is the number for this question. Does your strategy include the transition plan aligned to 1.5 degrees? So to that question, as I said, 18,700 or more companies responded. And out of that, 4,101 companies said yes. But the feedback system, when you look into it, 514 organizations said that it was resolved at AGM. So it becomes more difficult. And 159 organizations set up aside from the AGM, they have a feedback mechanism. And 159 organizations said yes to this question. So the number declines. And what do we mean by credible is something that I will talk about. So the companies who said yes, the most numerous comes from Japan. And this is something that we're proud of. And the more resolutions of the at AGM include China, UK, Germany. So this, in comparison to three of those countries, Japan is behind. So as Jack said, this is CDP report 2023. A few weeks ago, it was announced. And please, it's possible to download this. So please check our site. And the title is Companies Developing Credible Climate Transition Plans. So here, I'd like you to read it. It's interesting. But I'd like to just briefly introduce this to you. At CDP, technical notes are issued, and also what is the transition plan is defined. And also there are discussions for this. And among those, there are 8 elements and 21 indicators. Indicators mean questions. So to what extent do we cover this? We analyze the responses from the companies. Among those, a definition and the content. This is the cover of the report, and I'd like you to look into this. And so far, this is only in English. Eventually, with time and cost, if it allows, we would like to make the Japanese version. And in here, one thing, or the first statistics that we have is more than 6,500, that is 1/3 of the companies, said that they plan to set up the transition plan. So, companies who are planning to respond. And this is quite encouraging number. But those companies with the transition plan said awards 4,100. And the smaller bar here, 81 companies said that out of the 21 indicators, they fully disclose information. So that's based on CDP, but it's only 81 companies, so it's 0.4%. So some companies say that they already have the plan, or they plan to have them. It's quite good, but if you look into the content, they're not really ideal, recommended by the TPT. They have not yet reached the level that is required by TPT, for example. There are 8 elements, and among those, the difficult one is the top ones. And the items at the lower part are fully disclosed or responded. So at the top, financial planning, target setting, those have higher hurdles. And by industry, this is a breakdown. On the right-hand side, the darker color means that fully disclosed. So it shows the percentage. And if you look at different sectors, there are 13 industries. Power and the power generation and infrastructure are the top runners. So 2.2% of all the organization and 1.7% of the infrastructure have responded to all the 21 indicators. Apparel, fossil fuel, hospitality, they are still struggling. And by geographic breakdown, all of those regions are not so different, but there is one factor that is out of 81, 16 organizations are Japanese. The names are not disclosed, but among those, when you look deeper, the level of the response are not always very high, but they are still leaders. Now, in the report, the conclusion says as follows: with only 0.4% of all disclosing organizations reporting details of the credible climate transition part, but it is clear that there is a encouraging momentum. So, thank you, Tony.
I'd like to thank all of my speakers for all keeping on time. I didn't have to say shut up once. That's fantastic. And some great insight shared there. I'd like to build upon that and probably to each individual ask a similar sort of thing. Particularly, you've gone through this process, Tomo-san, and what do you think you can share about the journey of going on this to encourage others who are starting to embark on their journey?
So you mean
transition plan?
So the way I would look at it is this process, as you saw, internal, external. Internal, I'm sure we're all doing internal work, but at the end of the day, I think we heard, was it Tamaki-san? I think he said, this is all of us are, to some extent, stakeholder. We need to work together. So that means the process will be more dynamic. And that's probably why transition plan is critical, because we will create our transition plan. All of you will create your transition plan. We'll all disclose, and we learn from each other. And because it's dynamic, people will learn, we will learn, you will learn. That's how we can hopefully update and make the plans more robust and credible. So it's not just you create the transition plan first iteration and that will be perfect. I don't think it will be perfect, but that's okay, right? It will be more dynamic and we'll learn. And something we're doing actually is to actually respectfully challenge our client transition plan, because at the end of the day, if I may be a bit more provocative, nobody's aligned to 1.0. I mean, no country is, nobody is. And that's why we're working with GFANZ, TPT, all of us so that we can work harder to come up with something more robust, something more credible. But this is, there's inherent, how should I say, dependency, because without government to some extent playing their role, each firm cannot decarbonize, but at the end of the day, the interdependency is everywhere. So I think this transition plan or disclosure of transition plan will help all of us. And I wouldn't say that you should come up with perfect plans so that we can finance, but rather try. And the question I asked earlier about SMEs, I think that's the same thing. We're not expecting, or nobody should expect a perfect transition plan. Do something. Let's do something. Step by step, learn from each other and come up with, hopefully in the next 5-10 years, all of us will come up with more robust, credible transition plans. So let's start from somewhere. But I guess the TPT or GFANZ framework is a great place to start.
Fantastic. And again, I didn't have to say shut up.
Thank you.
Yes, so Karina, also from your perspective, what are you seeing as sort of best practice coming through, and any lessons you can share with a wider audience of the engagement you're doing, the fantastic work you're doing there that would help?
Yeah, I mean, we as an investor say to all the companies, net zero by 2050 at the latest. That's what we want to see. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. As like you say, it's a huge, huge challenge, right? But that's the commitment in the Paris Agreement that we all have to work towards. And I think what we have then, everybody has to think, what can I do? What can I do? Because also, as you said, the politicians have a big role here in getting us there. But what can we do? What can the companies do? And as investor, we thought long and hard about it. And we also wanted to be transparent. And that's why we set it out in a climate action plan. This is what we're going to do the next 3 years. And then we'll assess then and see what more can we do. But I think what I'll say is also very much agree. No transition plan is going to be perfect. But I think what everyone has to start with, or the companies when they set a transition plan, is at least to know their numbers, know your transmission. Not all companies know that. And that's why I think what the work CDP does is so important, and we've been a big supporter by CDP for a long time, because you have to know, what your emissions data, what are your data? And then you have to think, do I want to be a company that has value in a low-carbon society? And if you do, then you have to think about what your business is going to be, in the future. And I think if you start with that, where am I now? Where do I want to be? Do I really want to be aligned with Paris? Then you can start, and plan sort of slowly a transition plan. But also what I said, when we engage with the companies, we engage in many ways because we see some have set great targets. I tried to give some examples. Some are not even there, so engagement will vary. But I think really start with knowing your data and thinking about where really do I want to be a part of a low carbon future? If not, do I have a valid business? And if you think about that, then start slowly with the transition plans, you say, and then improve as you go along. But we're the first one to say it's hard. It's a big challenge for us all.
Indeed, it is, but it's an important one, and one we'll all benefit from as well in that journey. Kiko-san, I wondered if you could share from a practitioner internally as well what the biggest challenge is so far, and also what has been the easiest thing to do. I was going to ask you a really difficult question. How are you picture-making net zero? I would really love to know that. I'm a big movie fan. And it kind of makes me think you've got to do everything everywhere all at once. Thank you. My Oscar speech. I'd just like to thank the audience. So that you remember what my question is now. What are the biggest challenges that you've faced in putting your road to net zero? But also, what have you found has been the easiest thing as well?
Thank you very much for your question. The most difficult task is maybe the current challenge which you are facing is scope 2, the renewable energy derived electricity, how we can get the supply in mass volume and also in stable manner, because Sony is producing hardware as well as semiconductors, which means we are using energy. Yes, of course, we are saving energy consumption, but at the end of the day, we have to use the renewable energy to reduce the emission. That's really important pillar for us to reduce the emission. So how we can utilize the renewable energy to produce our products. In case of Sony, well, the Japanese scope 2 is the biggest for Sony. So, for instance, the Chinese operation or operation in China, operation in energy, we are using 100% renewable energy. So how we are going to drive the same scheme in Japan is really important. And also together with other companies, we want to really build on this effort. The easiest one, I don't really have any idea the easiest one because everything was so tough, but maybe the simple solution, it's really hard to find the simple solution. We have so many businesses in business lines. For each business line, for the environment, what each one of the business pillar can do through the service, through the products life cycles, where we can do what. So that's in the big framework of the road to zero, and each BU is thinking about what they can do, how they can contribute to that. And also to the question, the film, the picture making.
Yes,
I have a good solution that, and we have that virtual production. We have the virtual production solution at Sony, and actually, you have the background or backdrop in the back, and then in front of the backdrop, the actors are going to perform in front of that. So it doesn't have to require the location shooting. It doesn't have to go physically going to that locations. We usually have a huge number of the people involved in the film, and also we have to bring all the props to the location, and then we have to stay over for many days to do the shooting of the pictures or film, and maybe the energy for the transportation, and also building those physical set, and then dump the set when it's over. That's a huge challenge. But now we have this in the studio, we have the virtual backdrop. So that does not require the energy for transportation. So that is the solution which Sony can offer. And also maybe we can use the renewable energy to supply the power to the studio. So that reduces CO2 emission even further. So that's how we are going to move to net zero.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I didn't really expect you to answer that question, but fantastic, you did. Okay, Emi-san. So we've talked about, I like to think of your report as a sort of status report of this is where transition planning is. But transition planning hasn't had a lot of guidance, and that's what TPT and GFANZ frameworks are there to help. They're there to help provide more guidance on what a good transition plan should be. So can you speak to sort of how CDP and how we, as a community, as an economy, could increase adoption and disclosure of transition plans?
はい、ありがとうございます。トニーは CDP のことをね。
So, Tony, you know a lot about CDP, right?
When you showed that graph of it went up, I went, that's because I laid really good foundations. I left in 2020 and then all of the disclosures went up. Is that a coincidence? Yes, but please.
ごめんなさいね。
Sorry, diverting a little bit. But anyway, CDP, well, yes, our CDP mission, we do have the mission as CDP, but in the background, we have institutional investors and financial institutions, as well as supply chain or downstream clients. Well, just like Sony, who has a lot of clients downstream. Well, I think for those people or those entities, we also have to provide something which can contribute to their scheme. Not just disclosure, but maybe those disclosed information. Well, we do the analysis on those disclosed information. If necessary, we may also have the engagement. So among the other engagement, we had a campaign to set goals. So you set up target. That is difficult. And this is an item for companies to say that we need to have more for that. So we conducted a campaign. And last year, 2022, there was a transition plan champion. For example, people who are engaged are called supply chain members. And we called for more responses from suppliers, and large enterprises signed up for this program, and they have target companies. And let's make this kind of transition plan together. This was a campaign as a trial to do it together. So the scale was very small. This was a pilot, so to speak. But this year we'd like to do it too. And next year we'd like to continue the efforts so that we can expand the community, investors, companies, and also smaller suppliers. So those players get together for the transition plans. So what is the transition plan? And we have to go deeper about the plans. This is a campaign we have launched last year. Thank you.
Launching continuing a campaign to increase this is fantastic news. Right, I'm going to shut up now. Over to the audience. What would you like to hear about and ask the panel? So please put your hand up if you have a question, and we'll have a roving mic. So we've got 4 questions here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can keep your hands up, otherwise they can't find you.
Thank you very much for this insightful session. I'll be quick because I have people waiting. But, I guess I just had a question with respect to more of the execution of the plan. So I think it's one thing to have a plan, but it's another thing to actually ensure that it is adequately or properly executed. And I guess, Tomo-san, if I may point to you since you kind of brought it up, so I guess looking at your client base, as you kind of showed on your slides, I suspect on the one end of the spectrum you have your A+ students or clients that are kind of have a good plan and they're doing the right thing. But on the other end, you may have some C or C- type clients, where there are kind of vulnerabilities in terms of execution of that plan. But how do you impose pressure, maybe a too strong a word, or set the right incentives so that your clients can make the transition adequately and the plan is executed upon? And also maybe to Shiga-san, if I may, within your organization, you depicted in your round table the various business lines and their priorities in terms of ESG. How do you set the right incentives so that the ESG-related goals are being executed upon, like internal carbon pricing or whatever they may be? Any measures that you may adopt or apply? Be interesting to hear.
Okay. I don't have an answer. However, I think what's important, and you mentioned this already, but alignment of interest is very important, right? Incentivize. And I don't think stick will work. It's more of a carrot. But as we heard in the previous panel, how do you incentivize your client, in our case, but in your case, I think it's investee, those companies, that you need to set the target for next 30 years, as opposed to next 2 years, 3 years, as we heard from Tamaki-san. We have our internal 3-year plan. I'm sure many of you have that 3-year plan. But what we want to see is 30-year plan. And you need to incentivize, if you come up with a credible plan, if you achieve these benchmarks, you will be rewarded. And I don't think it's just the interest rate, it's broader recognition. And that's why I think the disclosure is critical and people need to recognize if you publish a credible plan and if people, if those companies achieve those benchmarks, I think we should all basically say this is great, you are achieving, as opposed to say here's some interest rate, whether it's a step down or step up. I don't think that will work. Maybe it will work for the short term, but we're talking about 30-year plan. So that's the conundrum. But I think the only solution that will work for all of us will be disclosure, and to some extent maybe it's the government incentive, and the IRA is to some extent the Inflation Reduction Act is a very simple way to incentivize those companies to be more robust. But is that good enough? I don't know. So all of us need to be looking at each transition plan, each other, and say, you're doing great, you're doing a great job, and so that they feel rewarded. And same thing for banks like ourselves as well. But so I don't have an answer, but alignment of interest is critical so that we're all of us part of this big project.
Karina, did you want to also?
Yeah, you did ask me, but I'll answer anyway, because we have a slightly different perspective, as you say, as an investor. So you think, what's the tools you have really if you have a company and you should call it C-, let's say, don't have targets, don't do anything really. First you try to engage. That's our starting point. Meet with them, talk to them, send letters, etc., etc. And we do engage a lot. I mean, last year we had like 3,000 company meetings. But we can also vote. And what we have said is that we'll really vote against directors on the board if they are type C- companies. If they're really laggards, we will vote against the board. So we can vote. And in the last instance, we always say we want to be an owner. That's how we make money from the companies we are investing in, and we want to be an owner. But, we can divest. And I think for us, it's important to say we will use that once in a while just to sort of say it's also a little bit of a stick, not just a carrot, and that's something we will do, and that is divest when we really see nothing else works.
Kiko-san.
ご質問ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for your question. So what kind of incentive do we have for sustainability? That was the question, right? So in each business, we have sustainability-related KPIs, and we have assessment. So we assess up or down, and that's the incentive. And also, we have connection to the remuneration of board members.
At the back.
My name is Ota from Dai-ichi Life Insurance Company. So during your discussion, you were talking about long-term plans. So how do you set up a long-term plan? Usually, Japanese companies have midterm plans. That's 3 years. We are very good at it, but to establish long-term plans for Japanese companies is difficult in terms of our mentality as well. For the next 3 years, we can have visible situation of the market, so we can establish credible plans. But after 3 years, we cannot really plan credibly, so that is why we are hesitant. And Shiga-san of Sony has 2025 plan, and you are doing backcasting to make short-term plans. So when you establish such a long-term plan, in concrete, what kind of challenges did you have, and how did you overcome to establish the plan? So based on your experience, could you please give Japanese companies some advice as to how to establish long-term plans? Yes, thank you very much for your question. So Road to Zero was established, and I heard from my seniors how they came up with this Road to 2050. So I heard that they had these long-term views, and they had to have predictions, forecasts about 2050. So they had investigations of how Sony wants to be in 2050 and what kind of preparations we need. And that was how they took steps. And I showed you a diagram. So here is this 2050 picture. Climate change and biodiversity and zero environmental burden. This is a broad goal. So every 5 years, we have interim goals. So every 5 years is important because situations change over time. So for example, GHG 0 is the target. And so this is the 5-year plan we had. But the next 4 years, we might change. We might see the change of the situation. We might have to do something else. And in this 5-year term, we have additional plans. That's how we do. And in terms of the midterm plan by Japanese companies, we have 5-year plans for environmental plans. But other than that, we have a 3-year business plan as well for 3 years. And based on the 5-year plan of the environmental plan, we have a business plan of the 3-year plan that's included in the environmental plan. And the first year is the business plan year. So we have the business year, business plan, and also environmental plan, and they are associated with each other. And advice to the other Japanese companies was start early. Start early. That is my advice. In our company, in 2010, we established 2050 zero target. At first, board members and top management didn't quite understand what's 2050 zero. They couldn't really picture it. That was the start. And we showed evidence and we persuaded them.
And in 5 years, then we try to create the next 5-year plan. And no one asked the same question because they understood what it means to be net zero in 2050. So we could have a discussion how to achieve it. So in that sense, right now, SBTI, for example, net zero requirement, coming up with the requirements. So we see the scientific evidence of how fast do we have to be. So there are several things that we need to convince first. But now we have to work on the climate change, and the government is always already working on it. We fully understand that. So the companies who are starting now probably have an easier time than us. So earlier the better. Thank you.
Time for one more question, I'm sorry. Or maybe ask both questions and then we can see if the panel can answer both at the same time.
I'd like to ask a question to Ishikawa-san. Thank you very much for your great presentation. When it comes to engagement with companies, I mean borrowers, discussion would go into very quite technical sometimes, right? And then so how do you carry out your assessment on if the corporate transition plan is good enough? And then if you see that transition plan would not be appropriate, or possibly sometimes the transition plan would include inappropriate solution or not feasible solution, how do you encourage them? This is my question.
And the other gentleman as well.
Hi, Firdaus Anwar from Asia Investor Group on Climate Change. I have a question for Corinne, maybe. When you engage the portfolio companies regarding these transition plans, and since we have this very clear 2030 and 2050 timelines, I want to know if you experience any differences in escalation strategies with these companies when these engagement with the companies meet sort of like stagnant or maybe dead-end conversation. So I just want to know maybe there's a different type of way to engage these companies. Maybe it's different from Asia and maybe from different regions. So yeah, that kind of questions. Thank you.
So how do you assess it's good enough? And how do you do the engagement in Asian countries different from others?
I have 20 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got to be brief.
Yep. So the way I visited many of our clients as well, and how I communicate to them is that, first of all, there's no transition plan without transition finance, no transition finance without credible transition plan. So basically, your plan, our finance, basically has to go hand in hand. Or the other way I describe it is we're on the same boat together. So your plan has to be credible. If not, we cannot finance you. Or if we finance, we will not be able to convince our stakeholder that our transition plan is credible. So basically, we're in this together. And it's not just about the technology. If they come up with 20 kind of new technologies, I told them technology is not transition plan. It's got to be strategy with funding as well. So it has to be more comprehensive. That's how we respectfully challenge. And I mean, there's no perfect plan as we discussed, but I think that's how we would engage, as opposed to say, you tell me perfect plan and we'll finance you. I don't think that will work, at least from a commercial banking perspective.
Yeah, so quickly on Asia compared to others. I mean, we'll engage differently depending on where a company is on the pathway, right? If a company doesn't even have targets, we start with that. If a company has target, we start with what's sort of the execution and what's the details of your transition plans. And in general, as I said, I mean, there's some great Japanese companies. We heard from some here that has great plans. But in general, as I said, the average, when we look at the total portfolio, is that 17% of the companies have credible and net zero targets and plans, whereas only 12 in Japan. So definitely it's a job to do here in Japan by setting targets, getting transition plans together. And we see that in general in Asia, slightly behind. So here our push will more, I'm talking on a general basis, be more about just get going on setting targets, getting the targets and reporting on the emission data, and then starting to get that transition plan together.
So you've heard from the users of this information, preparers of the information, the collectors, the people that actually do the work on the ground as well, and some of the assessment. The clear message is, don't make perfect be the enemy of good. Get started early. Do that through engagement, both if you're a financial firm to your clients, but also with your supply chain. And there are tools there now to help you. So we have a CDP questionnaire, we have the GFANZ framework, and we have the TPT framework and guidance. So thank you so much. Please join me in thanking the panel for an excellent session.
At least we answered when.
Yes, we answered when. Ooh.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we're into the third session of the day now, and I will invite Tamasa-san to the stage to commence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Takase from the Renewable Energy Institute. Sorry, I was actually just changed the institution. So transition plan, it's time to start talking about the transition plan. When I was working for CDP, the transition plan itself was really important. When we started the SPT in 2015, CDP already started to talk about the transition plan. So since the transition plan is setting up this seminar, and as a JCI secretariat, I think, yes, I have to be involved, and that's why I am here to serve as MC. So the session 3 is talking about the challenge and also the opportunities of transition plans in Japan. This is an opportunity, so we have to capitalize on the opportunity. If we miss it, that's a risk. So we have a full panelist for this discussion, and how I think maybe small challenge, but large opportunities. That would be the flow for this session. So first, I'd like to invite from FSA, the Director for Strategy Development, so the comprehensive strategy development at Financial Services Agency, Mr. Hideki Takata.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and congratulations on a great success of today's event, particularly for those coming from the UK to organize this event. Well, as I see that the majority of the audience is Japanese, so let me now turn into Japanese speaking. 皆さん、はじめまして。
So how do you do? As was introduced, my name is Hideki Takata from the Financial Services Agency. I'm the director for Strategy Department. So I am the director for the overall strategy. So today, we have had 2 sessions so far with a lot of speakers. So what I'm going to talk about here is not really new to you, but I'm the first speaker for this session. So just very briefly, I'd like to talk about strategic transition. And after that, we'd like to have a panel discussion. So this is not new to you. This was already discussed in the previous sessions. GX, Green Transformation Approach of the government, and the basic policy, the bill was submitted, and it will pass. The bill will pass the Diet meetings very soon. So we are going to realize Japanese yen, 150 trillion yen of the public and private investment. This is one of the basic policy items. This is a major opportunity for Japan in terms of the green transformation, out of which 20 trillion yen is going to be supported by the government. This is the upfront government investment. And for that, we issue GX Economic Transition Bond. For the first time in Japan, this ESG Treasury bond is going to be issued. Well, we are going to have more detailed design of the bond. So this is a new bond utilizing the Treasury of Japan. Additionally, we are going to introduce carbon pricing scheme. This is an incentive for companies for GX programs. So we have to secure financial resources for redemption. This is the very first approach as a green bond program, and this is, I think, the very first approach globally. And what is important here is this is going to be a trigger for additional 130 trillion yen from the private sector. And for that, we would like to mobilize sustainable finance in innovative ways. So here's the transition finance in the FSA, our agency. Together with METI and MOE, we are working on the basic guidelines. And in 2021, together with the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Environment, we published the basic guidelines on climate transition finance. And also, July last year, from our agency, we published the guidance for financial institutions to manage climate risks and to support corporate companies' moves against the climate change. And from October last year, we started an expert panel on financial institutions' actions toward decarbonization to promote dialogues between companies and financial institutions. And by summer this year, we would like to focus on compiling the reports. So here's the basic concept of transition finance. We already talked about this, so I am not going to repeat the details. Green finance applies to low carbon projects and technologies. This is a very important financing activity as well. However, not every industry is a target of green finance. Right now, we have a lot of industries with high emissions. Coverage of European taxonomy is only some % of the overall economy, according to some estimate I saw. So there are a lot of more, so to speak, brown industries. They have to transform. Otherwise, we cannot decarbonize the industry. This is a fact. So for that, transition finance is very important. I'm convinced of that importance. And also globally, we'll have to expand this approach. And for that, we are making an effort. And also, of course, together with GFANZ and private players, and including Mr. Ishikawa, who presented before. These are global activities we would like to share with everyone because this is necessary. Transition finance, well, if there is any misunderstanding, some companies which are not green, for their compromise, this might be a workaround. That's a misleading concept. So this is an entity-wide approach for a transition, and we need to have solid transition plans. And for the first time, we can actually conduct transitions. So these are issues around financed emissions. Financial institutions set financed emissions reduction target under GFANZ. This is for Scope 3 emission, and 2050 we have to commit to net zero. That's the commitment of the companies. But the problem here is financial institutions targeting high-emitting corporates. They invest, so that means in short-term financed emission increases. If financed emission is necessary to develop some technologies to reduce emission in the future, that could create negative incentives for financial institutions. So financial institutions become hesitant to finance those projects. And there is a proposal from many different companies. Our agency and METI and MOE jointly with private sector discuss financial emissions, and we have launched a working group in February to discuss this matter. And I capture a lot of opportunities to propose this to global stakeholders. I am not going into the detail, but we have been making a lot of proposals to global stakeholders. How to measure and disclose financed emissions is something we have to explore, and we should have solutions. And together with you, we'd like to discuss. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you have proposed some discussion points. We'd like to open the floor later for discussions. So next presenter, please.
So please take a seat here. So next, from PRI, we have Mr. Tatsuro Yuzawa, who is the head of Japan, organizing all the investors in Japan, I think. So please, Mr. Yuzawa, thank you very much. I am a head of Japan signatory relations of the UN PRI. Unlike other organization of UN, we use the same title as English in Japanese, head of Japan. So what is PRI? Let me start with that explanation. So here shows Investors Net, sponsored by UN 2006. So at that time, the Secretary General Annan led this organization. So organizational purpose is to deepen the understanding about the responsible investment so that the ESG can be integrated into the investment decisions. That is the overall target. And here it says more than 5,445 are the signatories right now. The pension funds, and other foundations, insurance companies, those asset owners are 14%, and the investment managers account for 76%. The remaining is the service providers for the institutional investors. So the topic today is Japan, and what I will talk about is for the global institutional investors. So I'd like to present from the global perspective. So institutional investors, to what extent do they understand the climate change risks and the situations? I'd like to show you some numbers. Here, once a year, PRI vis-a-vis the signatories, we ask for the reporting. So this is as of 2021. So the actions are 2020. So it's more than 2 years ago. So it's a little old information. That's one of the assumptions. First, you see the asset owners and investment managers on the left and right. If you look at the top, the senior leadership is mentioned. So the asset owners, 85%, and the investment managers, close to 50%. Say that they are responsible for the climate change risk. The third point, under asset owners, 3/4 have taken steps to implement TCFD. Some steps are taken. As for the investment managers, just over 40% supported the Paris Agreement, while many did so for the TCFD. At the same time, if you look at the numbers more in detail, the scenario analysis in that area, 40% in asset owners and 2/3 of the investment managers, they have not yet reached that level. So that was in 2021. And TCFD, 4 pillars, out of them, among the asset owners, less than 10% have worked on this. But at that time, about the future plan, what they're going to do, GHG reduction and the mitigating the climate-related risks. So climate change was one of the top issues. So this year, 2023 report will start in May, and we can expect a big progress from this. Now, transition plans. From the investors groups, what are the expectations from them about the transition plans and necessity of the transition plans? And we are hearing this from different organizations. CA 100 Plus, this is the climate change institutional investor collaboration. So here they call for credible transition plans to back up the net zero commitment, because it is necessary as investors. Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, the TCFD consultation and position papers, they refer to the transition plan. And GFANZ has a specific work stream and providing the guidelines or guidance. And PRI, what about PRI? Right now, vis-a-vis the transition plan, we are trying to create promote the votes, and we have been doing that since last year. In the previous session, talked about we are seeing still limited number of the transition plans, and according to the database, only 90 have been registering that, and 0 in Japan. So as PRI, whether the transition plan is sufficient or not, comprehensive checklists does not exist. So measurement is difficult, but disclosure of information is something that we are trying to promote. And if there is a management effort, we like them to show their leadership so that they can share the information. Now, based on that, excuse me. Right. So, based on such needs, the current policy and standard setting developments are shown here. This overlaps with the first session. So, in terms of standard session, ISSB, and what is being discussed here, the Transition Plan Taskforce and corporate disclosure. There's a UK and EU development achievements, and if you look at each product, there's a disclosure requirements for the climate change, and so we are seeing the progress here. So DRI database, the existing, and the responsible investment, which are discussed, the regulations and the standards. About 870 are being created, and conventionally, corporate disclosure-related ones were the most numerous, and still the majority is the corporate disclosure. But but it's becoming more diverse. So, transition plan is one of them, and one of the items included. So, based on that, as PRI, from the signatories, we are hearing that in each region and the country, the standard setting about the transition planning and the legalization that are going on. So what about the alignment among them or interoperability? So kind of there are some concerns and anxieties. So as PRI, we are thinking about how to address this right now. Now, specifically in Japan, what are the opportunities and challenges for transition plans in Japan? It's kind of abstract, but in different countries and regions, the transition plans are being made mandatory, and currently we are discussing this in Japan. So in alignment with the international policy can be achieved, and for the Japanese companies and global investors are watching this. So this is a plus or positive. And another thing was mentioned in the session 1, transition plan. It's not only just for the investors. Transition of the real economy has to happen at the same time. So right now, GX promotion law, this is not only for the financial institution, but also for the real economy, and engaging the real economy so that we can create a more integrated transition plan. And I think this is a very good timing to talk about this. As for the challenges, so this is also a general things, and here it mentions the constraints. One thing is that by 2050, the pathway to net zero, it's difficult to try to imagine or see that. So how do we you align the transition plan to align this to 1.5 degree scenario of the Paris Agreement? So that could be one of the challenges. And another is that currently the transition, as we discussed in the panel one, it probably comes with the major disruptions. This is the first time that we're experiencing this. So credibility of the transition plan needs to be fully recognized or fully assessed. So expertise for that is going to be one of the challenges. In addition, the definition of the transition itself is kind of wide-ranging. So for the global investors, sometimes it's difficult to understand. So the beginning is that the transition to net zero, transformation to net zero. But at the same time, in Japan, the green or not green, kind of trying to break away from the binary discussion. And right now, there are some difficulties, and that's been discussed. So under those, for example, what about less brown or greener? That would be also very different from what we are trying to pursue. So transition plans and transition finance, the definition of the transition probably needs to be communicated more clearly so that the global investors can be reassured. So Singapore and Australia talk about the transition finance, and they're working on the taxonomy. So we need to align with them, and I believe that would be a good way to proceed. So based on those changes, the developments in November last year at PRI, there was a global event, and starting with this policy conference, the investor briefing process started. Here it says that the economy-wide transition project. So transition plan is not just a financial or the monetary policy. Transition plan is not just a monetary policy, but the government overall national strategy, fiscal, industrial, have to work together so that transition can be promoted. So in that sense, once again, the standard setting and the regulation and what it should be needs to be researched and investigated by PRI. It's wide-ranging, but we represent the institutional investors, so non-financial sector. If there are some best examples or going beyond the financial regulation, that is not in our scope. So based on all of these, this year in Tokyo, there will be a global event for the responsible investment called PRI in person. So from Japan, the transition plan, transition finance, will be sending out the information, and it's going to be a great opportunity. So for the global investors, what we think about the transition plan will be communicated through this event. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuzawa.
So next, for the PRI, which we heard just now, who is actually managing all the investors. But in Japan, non-state actor, so multi-stakeholders, most are corporations, but we also have the local governments as non-state actors. Everyone is participating, sharing the information so that we can solve the climate issues from Japan. There is an initiative driven by the Japanese organization. It was in 2008. Maybe I should not talk too much, but he was involved in founding this. He used to be the executive in the corporations, but now he is a co-representative at GCI. Mr. Sergio Kato to make his presentation.
Prior to getting into my presentation, I'd like to express my great appreciation to all members of the Transition Plan Taskforce who organized this symposium to share the information, but not only the information, but also the momentum and the feeling, criticism, let's say, to accelerate the all necessary actions in Japan. Thank you very much indeed. And as you hear, my English is some kind of Italo English, and I'm Italo Japanese, so let me start my presentation in Japanese, because you are not familiar to Italo English, right?
So first of all, once again, I'd like to talk about the JCI. So let me introduce our organization, JCI, as was mentioned by our founder or representative, Mr. Tsuyoshi mentioned, but in 2018, after the Paris Agreement was reached, well, yes, Japan should not be left behind. So especially the non-state actor, non-government actor, corporations, local governments, and also the financial institutions, as well as NGO or many different institutions are involved to really address the climate change measures. We want to really expedite the Paris Agreement. It started with 105 organizations, but as of yesterday, 748 companies or corporations, organizations were involved in this JCI. Almost every day we see new faces. What we have done so far for the last 5 years, well, of course, this transformation has to be rolled down, and for that purpose, we have the advocacy for policymakers as well as the Japanese governments. So we are bringing our voice, and also each member company or organization is taking their own actions, and those actions are shared so that we can learn each other, and so we can brush up, we can benchmark each other to brush up. Not just in Japan, but we also have the connection with other countries. We communicate to the other countries, or sometimes we co-host the events with other global organizations. So today, we see this event together with the TPT from UK. Well, I think many people have already touched upon, but the Japanese corporations or organizations, we are also a part of the Japanese organizations. I think we are quite serious. As you see these numbers, we need to do these things. And other groups or organizations who believe in this, we do have quite a lot of those organizations. They are making commitment, and they are seriously making steps forward. I think Japan is that country. Well, at the beginning I mentioned TCFD, we are #1 in the world. Well, most companies, organizations in the world is committed to TCFD. Same applies to SBTI and also other schemes. So other schemes or initiatives are seriously considered by the Japanese organizations. We now have Race to Zero. Now we have an even bigger stream, even on the global scale. And we already have over 11,000 members as non-state actors are involved in Race to Zero campaign. They are building transition plans, not just pledging, but they are taking actions. Well, what is a little bit concerning is, to be honest with you, well, there are different initiatives on the global level and also at the Japanese level. There are several early adopters, and they are quite ambitious. And also, it's based upon the science. So it's science-based. Just like the speaker from Sunny, we do the backcasting. We have to set up the to-be state to start the activities. On the other hand, when we look at the Japanese situation, well, there is a little bit of the gap in our entire society. I'm not blaming anyone, but as a society, Japan has a little bit of the gap. The 1.5 degrees trajectory, we are now trying to have this science-based, ambitious pathway, and also the Japanese governments and also the industries or different organizations. There is a little bit of the gap. Also, when it comes to the scope, on the global level, as was mentioned by the speaker from Sunny, well, they are trying to cover the entire supply chain from the upstream to downstream. But in Japan, well, they are just looking at themselves, not covering the entire supply chain. Also talking about the credit. Well, at the global level, the credit, yes, you emit, but you can offset with the credit. It's not that trend. Well, what the global level credit is, you are reducing on your own, and also you are going to make even further contribution. That's what they are regarding as credit. But when it comes to the Japanese situation, well, credit is a little bit exploited. Well, yes, you emit CO2, you have CO2 emissions, and as long as you have the credit, you can reduce it to zero. So there is a gap between Japan and global initiative. Unless we fill the gap, the different stakeholders in Japan, they are serious, but they are not really making a step forward because of these gaps. So why? This do we have to take the actions based upon this science-based as well as the ambitious targets? Or maybe some negative campaign states that there are a lot of voices coming from US or maybe the EU, European countries. Do we have to adapt to those Western countries? Because Asia is unique. So maybe we should have a unique plan different from the Western countries. But I have to say this, but on this global initiative, well, it's based upon the science. This scheme is based upon the science. And I think we have to also align with those global schemes. In the previous session, Mr. Tamaki said playground and playtime is already set. So we have to do it. We have to take actions. Yes, it's going to be quite hard. It's really a tough scheme or tough situation, but we need to do it. And I totally agree. Well, it's already globally standardized and also researched, and we have to take actions because otherwise, well, as you see, climate crisis, which is imminent, and also think energy crisis, which is revealed by the Russian invasion to Ukraine. I think we will not be able to solve those issues. And also on the global field, with global time frame, we have to keep up with those global time frame so that we can drive or even entice the global investment or global loan. And also any sector or any company, they are not doing the business just in Japan. Somehow they directly or indirectly are connected to the other countries, maybe through the business or through the supply chain. So if we think about their global businesses, we also need to set up and comply with the global rules or global standards. And of course, at the Japanese company or Japanese society, we have to have the international competitiveness. In order to keep the international competitiveness, we have to play on the global field and win with the global standard. Well, ESG has been discussed at different levels, and I also have the SDG pin. Well, some say ESG is non-financial. Well, it's not non-financial, but this is future financial. What we need to do with ESG is leading to the future businesses, future finances. It will have a certain impact onto the future business, future finances, maybe the sales, or maybe income, or maybe the customer acquisition, or maybe employee acquisitions, acquiring a good talent. This is leading to the future of the businesses. So that's why we have to do this. Well, transition is difficult, so that's why it's not just simple scheme, but we need to transform the business model, or maybe implement or even develop the new technologies. Lastly, the expectation or maybe the challenge which we are facing is at JCI, we are engaged with different stakeholders, and each one is quite serious in doing or taking those actions. TCFD or RE100 or SBTI, well, they are all engaged in those schemes or initiatives. Each initiative will not just lead to a big transformation. Each initiative can be connected through a sector to the sector-wide, or maybe even to the industry-wide, or to the nationwide, involving the local governments, or maybe the government itself, or maybe to the region-wide, or maybe the global level. We need to really have the good alignment to really drive the transformation together with others. This is necessary, and this is going to be an opportunity as well as a challenge. Lastly, well, yes, in April and May, we have the G7, we have the energy ministers meeting in April, and also we have the G7 summit in May. Well, yes, the climate crisis is a big topic for this summit, and it's imminent. We have to address this crisis, and policy has to be enhanced and improved for that purpose. So as JCI, together with the members, we want to even bring a bigger voice to really bring the advocacy to G7 summit. Well, the details will be posted on JCI's website, and I hope that you can buy in. If you are not a member of JCI, please come and visit our website, and together with us, let's do this together in our activities. I hope TPT is also providing a lot of different criteria for transition plan. I'm sure that it will be easier for us to make a step forward. Thank you very much, Kato-san. Thank you very much for your strong message. And yes, we are able to share the learnings. I think in the first session, yes, we present transition plan, and we can share those transition plans. That's really great. By sharing the transition plan, that will stimulate or inspire the others, and maybe that way the other companies or other organizations are also going to come up with their own transition plan. So please join JCI. So the final presentation is from the Executive Director of Climate Integrate, Dr. Hirata, please. Yes, good afternoon. This is the last presentation, and allow me to speak Japanese. Transition Plan Taskforce members, and also every one of you, thank you very much for inviting me. Climate Integrate is the organization that's a think tank I established more than a year ago, and we are doing researches and engagement. And also we support different players. So this Integrate include science, sectors, and policies. Everything should be integrated. And before that, well, I was involved in a lot of environmental-related organizations, and Mizuho, and also MUFG proposals. A shareholder proposal was what I was involved in, so I was very excited to hear the presentations before. But I ran this think tank, and I was very interested in listening to all of you. But there are two things that I really noticed. The first one is about the comment from Mr. Tamaki. Decarbonization is hard. That was his message. And because people don't know how difficult it is, and they take an action, that is why they fail. And I agree. And especially every year we have dynamic changes. And Jack said at first, urgency of climate change problems. And if we don't overcome this situation right now, what's going to happen later? That's not something Japanese people are aware of. So it's hard not to do it. And that is something we have to know. And the second point is Takada-san and Izawa-san mentioned, what is the meaning of transition? I am interested in watching TPT Taskforce. And when you hear this term, transition plan, do we share the same understanding? Takada-san says, maybe that could become a compromise, but it's not a compromise. But I would like to take examples of power sector to propose some issues. And you can see this picture. Japanese government's climate initiative is, according to them, it's incremental and path dependent. And as was in midterm plan, this is an accumulation of the past experience. So you cannot dynamically change the situation. We are depending on the status quo. But there are a lot of initiatives to go green. But we have traditional infrastructure and traditional systems, and we protect them. So we cannot change ourselves drastically. And here's the energy sector in Japan. CO2 emission, that's about a quarter of that comes from coal power. So how to address this is the biggest challenge globally, and this is the biggest challenge in Japan as well. And capacity started to increase. We have to phase out. That's the movement, but rather we are phasing in. And this is the status quo. The targets for 2030, we have to make it 90%. But we have to hurry to transition ourselves. But right now, the government and private sector are focusing on this existing infrastructure, and they are thinking about additional investment to reduce CO2 with innovation, co-firing using ammonia and also hydrogen. And in 2030, 20% of the usage of ammonia and 30% of hydrogen. And in the future, the picture is 100% hydrogen and ammonia. And globally, the trade volume is fewer than this. So this is going to be a big supply chain that comes from gas. And Green Innovation Fund is the government fund, and the Transition Finance support this co-firing as well. And right now we have Green Transformation Framework, GX Framework that was introduced today. And we are rolling out this approach to ASEAN countries. This is Asia Zero Emission Community, AZEC. There was a conference recently, and they have a lot of different technologies. And this ammonia and hydrogen co-firing and CCUS and nuclear power, those are our infrastructure Japan was very good at it, and technology, I'm focusing on this. So transition finance using ammonia co-firing and hydrogen co-firing, this is part of transition of power, and that is certified by the government. We have other organizations to support it, Bloomberg and so on, and they are verifying this reduction of emission. 2030, well, co-firing with ammonia, most of the government says that we cannot really reach drastic CO2 reductions. And when you look at LCOD cost, well, compared to coal firing, they increase the cost, and we have nitrogen, NOx issues. And of course, we can use CCUS by 2030 to achieve net zero. But in reality, it's difficult. Right now, 1.5 degree or 2 degree timeline, especially we have to phase out from coal fire power generation. Right now, ammonia is not a replacement when we look at this situation. But according to last year's survey, there were demonstration projects using ammonia. We have 60 companies involved in 80 projects, and they are subsidized by the government. So the impetus is great. And when there is a report issued, there is a question, is this an investment for the past or the future? And right now, GX, well, I have a question about GX. Does GX lead to carbon neutrality, really? Because we have renewable energy target and GHG target, but they are not associated. And technologies have power, but these GX programs, are they aligned with 1.5 degree Paris Agreement? There is no verification for that. We were talking about scenario analysis by private sector, and you have a requirement to align to 1.5 degrees. But the government scenario is not based on that. So there's a contradictory situation that faces the companies, and you might not have answers. That's what I am imagining. Carbon pricing is included in this bill, but as you can see, it's so slow. And when we look at the value, it's about $12 per ton of CO2. This is very low in terms of the price. So there's a question if this is really valid or not. And the tax income, you have just transitions and you can pay dividend, but can they really return to the innovations companies? And the offshore wind target is very strong as well. The government is really trying very hard to achieve this 30 to 45 gigawatt. This is the target. But as you take a look at this, you would know 2040 target of offshore wind compared to the other countries were late. And the numbers from Japan is in between 30 and 50 gigawatt. But compared to the other countries, and this is a target to make projects. And it takes about 10 years to start, to finish the project. So I am not really sure if they are really serious. Institute of Berkeley, and we collaborated to analyze the scenario for 2035. In 2035, in Japan, 70 to 77% of introduction of renewable energy is feasible. And that is the scenario with the lowest cost. According to the analysis, when we think about this, well, right now, by investing projects without verification, we might lose some opportunity into energy transition. We need to verify this because we don't want stranded assets. The theme for G7, decarbonization of the power for 2035, we reached an agreement. We do have a scenario, feasible scenario, and for that, we need to take steps to implement the policies. Recommendations to financial sector and private sector as a whole. This is a message from us. Recommendation number 1 from me: demonstrate 1.5-degree alignment of financed emissions. And I heard a lot about engagement activities, but how they are being engaged and what kind of effect and what kind of next steps, we don't know, we can't see. So we should have a clear transition plan to make the path forward. And if you are aligned with 1.5 degrees, of course, you have to phase out from coal, and they have to be supported. And massive scale up of renewables, it should take time. And non-science-based approach of the government and science-based approach by the companies to fill the gap, what kind of policy framework to accelerate them. We would need the support from the government. And the last one is disclosure. Disclosure is crucial, but this is a tool. It's not an objective. So to implement all of them, we need disclosure and information, and we would like to verify the actual situation so we don't have to regret about transition toward 1.5 degrees goal. Thank you very much.
So I think there are many things that I agree with you. And as you said, the similar report will be issued from us, but about the renewable energy. It's becoming cheaper in the world, and the CCS about when you consider the transition plan in Japan, I think some of those factors are still missing, and thank you very much for that. So let us get started. We are going to have a shorter discussion and also entertain some questions. And I'm sure if you have any questions or comments, please prepare. And one thing I was interested in is the financed emission. So, for example, in steel, if you invest in steel, it could go up, and there was anxiety about that. I am one of the advisory group member, the technical advisory group member. And so SDT target setting methodology is something familiar to me. So based on those, the sector-wise pathway or the temperature alignment or score, setting those targets, that is mentioned at the TCFD as well. So how to abate sector? How do we engage with them? And targets for that. It's not the financed emission, but the temperature alignment probably is more suitable, and I wanted to add to that. And first of all, we would like to focus on opportunities. That's what I said when I started. But the biggest challenge is the alignment to the international standards. After listening to the presentation, I feel that. So let's focus on that in the remaining time. So for example, in the case of Japan, measuring the emission, there is a rule to do so. So that is different from the or the credit offsetting can be done in the GX or ETS, even if you participate. Well, it's open for participation, but you don't have to participate. It's kind of loose definition. So we need some additional steps to have our international alignment, and that's one of the things that we are thinking about. But having said that, we are just starting to work on the transition plan, and that's something, well, even in UK, there is a task force established. So I think it is really the future topic, or the topic that we have to now work on from now on, about the alignment with the international standards. So Takada-san, what you want to do and what are the challenges, if you can mention those. Yes, thank you. Earlier, Hirata-san mentioned the very critical things, and thank you very much for that. If possible, the Kajikawa-san was from METI in session 1. Maybe you should have said that in front of him. But I shouldn't really make the official statement, but rather I would like to express my personal view. So what Hirata-san said, I think they're quite reasonable things to say. And I'm not trying to defend the government policies and so forth, but continuing with this discussion is most important. And Ishikawa-san mentioned earlier that all the companies cannot come up with the perfect transition plan from the beginning. So he said that he will respectfully challenge them. And so I think the same process applies to the government policy. So Hirata-san said that the government policies are incremental and path dependent, and that is correct. But at the same time, you can also say that there are a lot of restrictions, and we have to start with it. That's also a fact. So international alignment, talking about that, ambition and inclusiveness, there's a kind of trade-off between the two that always exists in the world. In other words, more ambitious targets. Setting the ambitious target is something that we have to do, but we need to engage with many people and many companies or countries. In order to do so, we need to have a lower hurdle at the beginning. That is one of the necessity. So, in planning the transition, path dependent, yes, it's true, but based on the current reality, how do we go from here? So we have to start with the current status, and that is the reality. But what we have right now, that is not the end of it. So we have to challenge this and keep doing so and make improvements. I think that the Paris Agreement itself is like that. It's a voluntary process. In 2050, achieving that target, there is no guarantee to do so. But having said that, we need to engage as many countries as possible to make steady progress. And that is something that we have to do with the policies. But of course, that carbon footprint could increase as we take time to do so. So carbon pricing, the current idea, is probably too late. And that's one of the criticisms that we have. So what we see right now, what we have right now, is not the final. We need to keep challenging. So people like Hirata-san and opinions are very important. So only with those people who challenge those government policies, we can make improvements. And I think that kind of constructive discussion is important. So alignment to the international standard. So science-based, whether those are science-based or not, And I think that is the meaning of the alignment to the international standard. And right now, it's not yet there. And many countries also face the current situation. In the case of Japan, the gap probably is bigger. But there are countries who have not yet started that process. But altogether, unless we make the transition, the decarbonization globally or achieving the Paris Agreement target will not be possible. So again, continue with this discussion to improve the Japanese initiatives and measures and to involve more countries. And we have to do all that at the same time. Thank you very much. Yes, so dialogue is now going to start, and Takada-san welcomed us. So from the civil society, the opinions from the civil society probably can be reflected in the government policy. And thank you very much for your input. So Kato-san, I'd like to ask you, when you were in the private sector, RE100, you raised the hand as a pioneer and challenging the high hurdle. I think you have had the opportunity to do so. I'm sure there were difficulties or hurdles, but what were the opportunities that you can share that you saw? Well, first, why did we become the early adopter, and why did I think about this seriously? As Ms. Shiga said, Shiga-san from Sony, we try to think about ideal, what we want to be. So 2050, under the climate change and climate crisis, what is the world that we want to create, a decarbonized world? We wanted to create a clear vision, and for that, what needs to be done? When we thought about it, we could see what. And RE100, 100%, using the 100% renewable energy is one of the methods, and it was very clear at that time.
So that's why toward what we want to be, we need to develop the transition plan. And what was a challenging issue back then was, I think, yes, there are many people in corporations as well as the local governments who are also facing the same challenge. You have the vision, which is to be vision, and then the top management has to make the commitment to that vision, and that is really difficult. That requires an effort. We have to first have the top management understand and also be aware of those vision. That is really difficult. Drawing the vision and also developing the plan, and then it has to be led by a leader or maybe the ambassador. So we need to nurture those ambassadors or leaders, and that is also quite difficult. And also the top commitment, or maybe the leaders who are driving those efforts, as well as how those can be organized. Maybe how we can implement or how we can cascade those plans. So there are multiple layers of the different challenges. And also, of course, we should not be alone to implement or to execute this. If we just have one company who is all doing their effort, it will be just a 0.7% of the emission reduction. We have to have more people, more entities to be on board, because otherwise we cannot really achieve the emission reduction. So engagement or involvement, as was mentioned by Ichikawa-san, well, many people have to be on board, not just corporations, but financial institutions, or maybe the local governments, as well as between companies, or maybe the local governments and local governments. And again, this is also difficult. So because of the challenges, we volunteered to be on board ahead of the other companies in Japan. no one was fully understanding RE100. We also we thought this is really an imminent issue. So even though it could be a small start, but we had to be a pioneer to be on board. So you already had why, and that's why you volunteered to be the pioneer. So RE100 also requires transition plan. I think our RE100 achievement plan has to be developed. So I also have been working with you, Kato-san, for many years, and I think that really motivated your employees. That's what you told me. Because of this challenge, we have to overcome the challenge, and that really unites the employees. And that way, employees really see their jobs as fun. Well, yes. Well, as was mentioned by Tamaki-san, stranded asset. He was talking about stranded asset. He also talked about the human resources not to be stranded, and that's exactly what I'd like to mention. Well, yes, for the future generation, the new society, they are the builders of new society. And those people who are able to build the new society, we, as leading the current society, has to show the transitions. We have to think about the transitions of the people. Yes, exactly. Without why, if we have the rules, and I think we have to catch up the train, which is already in motion, but rather where we want to be. And for that purpose, we have to develop the plan. And of course, there are different challenges. And maybe in hindsight, we want to say, yes, it was a really interesting and great transition. We are running out of time, so maybe we'd like to entertain questions or maybe comments from the floor. If you have, please, Tony-san.
Hi, Tony Rook. I think you all know who I am now. I was very interested, Takada-san, in your presentation. I totally agree. Financed emissions on their own are not going to be the target, the metrics that we can demonstrate the progress on financing. At GFANZ, we proposed other things like investment ratios in clean versus existing. Do you have a view on any other metrics or targets that could be used in measuring transition finance, getting the finance to go where the emissions are to reduce it?
Tony, thank you very much for your question. Well, yes, the indexes, what kind of other metrics we can use? That's a question, I understand. So as Tony, you mentioned, or maybe as mentioned before, well, finance is one of the means. Well, we, of course, have to see the comprehensive measurements or comprehensive measures, not just looking at the financial emission. Well, as a representative KPI, especially GFANZ members, I think it's a mandate to those financial institutions in GFANZ. So as financial institutions, yes, of course, they have to look at that. And also the stakeholders who are looking at the financial institutions also look at their measurements. So yes, it's really important to show the other KPIs, but financial emission itself can be a little bit more creative. For short term, according to someone's opinion, for the purpose of the transition, for those loans or investment for transitions, maybe it can be excluded from the financial emission. Then finance emission credibility is going to be damaged. So maybe it's not appropriate. So finance emission is something which it has to be demonstrated, but as a breakdown, well, this is used for this specific purpose. So if it can be explained to a certain extent, maybe that could be a little bit of the creativity which we can incorporate. Or maybe the contribution to the emission. So maybe avoided emission. So maybe it itself can not reduce their own emission, but if they can actually contribute to the emission reduction to the society, that can also be a part of the measurement. So finance emission itself, maybe plus alpha information can be included, so it can be more comprehensive. So maybe it can be an incentive to the financial institutions by showing those metrics as well. Okay, thank you very much. Well, yes, maybe we can go deeper at the reception. But temperature alignment is one. Maybe, yes, we can go even deeper in their reception. Anything else? Michio-san, please. Yes? Thank you very much. It's Morisawa from PRI. Well, I think all the panelists' data, I think I am aware of the data. Why Japan is so behind? Well, I think, yes, I have been supporting the Japanese corporations. Sorry, you have been supporting the Japanese corporations. I think, well, what is a big difference from other countries? Well, I think this electricity power, we have to do something with electricity. That's the ultimate topic. This is not just for the domestic market, because corporations require investment from other countries, like NBIM said they also make a huge investment to the Japanese corporations. Without reducing the emission, are they able to continue investing into the Japanese corporations? As a maybe a company, are they able to continue the businesses? So that could be the backdrop. Why you are not making much progress in transitioning for the electricity sector? Well, as was mentioned by Hirata-san, this is the dilemma which I am feeling. All the serious corporations in Japan are putting a lot of effort. Why investors are not really talking about the electricity segment? I think I am a member of PRI. Why I'm not really voicing that out? But what kind of ideas can you put in place to really change this arena? The reason why I'm now currently working at the Renewable Energy Foundation, and this is because the Japanese electricity and also other energy, this is a huge challenge. What we need to do is the big question for me.
As
Morisawa-san says, introduction of natural energy in Japan is so slow and so low. That's the situation. So it's been a month since I joined my organization. I want to ask Mr. Hirata, Mr. Hirata. So first, or do I start? So about power industry, the management is not separated. For new power generators, even if they have a green power plants, well, as it was picked up by the newspapers, there was no actual competition on the market. So that's number one issue. For example, output limitation of power. We have preferential power supply rule. That means you have to start using coal and nuclear power first. And because of the output constraint, you cannot use renewable energy. So there are a lot of regulations. Even before regulations, Japan is so behind. Wind power generation in Europe can be done in 2-3 years, but in Japan, we might take 6-7 years to achieve the same level. And as Ms. Hirata says, that we do have targets, but can we really do it? And the scale is very small and very slow. We have a lot of investors here from financial industry. So please raise your hand, raise your voice. So Hirata-san, can you add something? Power of incumbent. And that's the power sector in Japan. In G7 countries, the output coefficient of Japan is very bad because there is no energy transition compared to Germany and the US. We have a lot of coal generation. So solar panel made in China, because they are using coal, they have a lot of CO2 emission. But now their intensity is really low. It's not so different from Japan, and we are so behind like that. And as I have shown you before, this is a crucial point for decarbonization. Plant manufacturers and financial industry and steel, power industries, they are investing into the area where they are actually protecting coal power generation industry. I'm wondering, stranded asset situation, this corporate culture, we have established such a big infrastructure and resource importers and trading houses. Well, they have this kind of friendship and ties in between them, and they are putting brakes against each other. But I want them to cooperate, to change, but they are not doing it. They are not really happy about what they're doing, but they cannot start changing themselves in the group. So in the financial sector, I really want you to make a core group, cross-sectional. Otherwise, we cannot make a breakthrough, and there is no point of return. That is why GCI exists. So as a system to raise our voices, we need to cooperate. As Hirata-san says, each individual company says, this is not a good situation, this is bad. But when they are included in a group, they cannot raise their voice, and that's something we have to address. So together with all of you, we have to raise our voices. The voices should be heard. So let's continue the discussion in the reception. Thank you very much.
This is a great opportunity, so let's become united. So I'd like to take a group photo. Please look at this. Thank you very much. So whole room was photographed. Everyone's face is captured. So I'm not going to make this public. So if you want to have this picture, please let me know so I can individually send it to you. It's going to be a very interesting sphere image. So it's a sphere photo. So I hope you would like it. Thank you. No one left behind.
I'm personally pretty bowled over, blown away by the amount of energy, enthusiasm, motivation, momentum that there is in this room, that we've heard from all of our panelists today. So please join me in giving one final thank you to all of the speakers. As I said at the start of this day, it's a real privilege for us from the University of Oxford, from TPT, to come and participate in this discussion. We've learned a lot. We will take that back with us. We will continue engaging, and I hope that we can continue the conversation with you. We asked a few questions at the start of the day: what, when, why, and how. I hope that you all have maybe one answer to at least one question and can keep asking all of your colleagues the same questions. I'd like to also just recognize the potential for leadership here. And we've heard a lot today about Japan's upcoming G7 presidency, about the role and the influence and power of the financial sector and the real economy sector, if I'm allowed to call it that, Tony. So I think if that's one message to take away from today, it's remembering that opportunity for leadership, and we will continue that when we go back to the UK as well. If any of you are in Oxford or in London, let us know. We'd be more than happy to meet up. And I'd just also like to thank our partners again. So JCI, GFANZ, PRI, ClientEarth, the team, the technical team here who have done an absolutely fantastic job of keeping everything running very, very smoothly. And the interpreters as well who have put in a real hard shift. It's not an easy job. So thank you very much to everyone. Let's all go have a well-deserved drink, and let's continue the conversation. Thank you.